Integrity Conference. My name is Aisha Mazrui. I head the Internal Audit and Risk Function at Kenya Red Cross, and I'm your host for today, together with the Secretary General and the entire Kenya Red Cross team. Very, very happy that you could join us today. So just to get matters rolling, may I kindly request Venant to just come and give us a brief safety and security briefing.
For the sake of orientation, we are sitting in Kenya Red Cross Headquarter Complex. I call it a complex because we have the offices and we have the hotel compound. This is where we are sitting in Ndovu. This is nearer to the main entrance, which is called the Boma Inn Gate. It is very straight from the main door in this building. The whole compound is situated in South Sea. South Sea is southern part of Nairobi. It's a fairly secure area, most of it being residential. It does not have a lot of people when we are out of this compound. So we don't have any concerns, any security concerns while we are in this compound. As I said, this is Kenya Red Cross Headquarter Complex. Therefore, all the security, all the necessary safety arrangements and measures are very much concentrated here. So feel very supported in that manner. We, however, request that you be a bit cautious with individual and valuable items, especially money in hard currency and any other very movable, valuable and attractive items. They can always be tempting to anybody, despite all the security measures. So please, when you're moving around, ensure all those valuables I've mentioned, try to secure them as much as possible. But within the conference, when you are going out for break, there's necessary security measures, so you should not worry about the bigger stationery, the bigger IT equipment, but for the very personal, valuable items, you may want to have them in your person. Around safety, we are an emergency response organization, but sometimes we are told that a doctor cannot treat themselves. But I want to assure us that we have the necessary emergency response arrangements in place. When we are sitting in this boardroom, we had the entry being on my left and the exit on my right. But for now, in case of any emergency, all the doors become emergency exit. We are talking of the two doors behind you, and there's one door behind this gentleman with the camera, and there is one this side. But we urge all of us to take advantage of those three, this one and those two, in case of any unfortunate emergency situation. We don't expect any, but if we have to move, you move straight ahead and you go to the tents or to the right where it is written fire assembly. There we'll congregate and await for any further instructions. Beside that, I want to say that the larger environment in Nairobi and the country is fairly calm enough for now, especially for those who are traveling from outside the country. So feel very safe. And if you have to access anybody, you want to access any support very quickly, you can access through the organizers of the conference or any Kenya Red Cross staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venant, for the brief. I hope we're well briefed on security and safety matters, which is at the core of what we do. So maybe just to start us off, so we are here in very good numbers, around 110, 120 for today, and a number of us will be joining us virtually, 246. The conference is being translated live, so there are 2 languages that are translated. So those in the room that you would wish to hear the conference and the proceedings in French, please make use of the gadget. We'll have someone to explain to us how those work, but they're fairly straightforward. So that the French and the Arabic translation services are available. So we are here as humanitarian professionals, as leaders, as integrity, people passionate on integrity, to just discuss why that is critical at a time when we are facing escalating crises, digital risks, and funding challenges. So I think this conference comes at the right time for us to make sure that we really do not neglect the principles and the standards with which we adhere to. So thank you very much for honoring that and coming together and you know, sharing knowledge and meeting, and you know, at the end of the day, please also remember to have fun as we talk about serious issues, but we are also here to just, you know, enlighten and have fun about it as well. So we have a number of leaders, secretary generals from various national societies, the Africa Governing Group led by Elder Bolaji, and leadership from the IFRC Africa Regional Office, and presidents. Thank you so much for coming. Senior leadership from the various national societies. We are honored to have you here today. And we believe we can, you know, do great things when we come together. Without much further ado, may I kindly request you to please stand for a moment of silence for our departed colleagues across the globe, be they staff, be they volunteers, you know, and members across, for just a moment of silence to remember them, honor them, and cherish the service that they've done. All protocols observed, may I kindly request the Secretary General for Kenya Red Cross, Dr. Ahmed Idris, to welcome you all. Karibu, Ahmed.
Good morning. There's a man who made a joke and said there are 2 things that should be very important to an individual. One is integrity, the idea that if you say you're going to do something, if you promise a certain standard, you must do it, even if it cripples you, it bankrupts you, and it causes you problems. Then he said the second one is that is important to a man is not making that promise. So the promise of integrity is something that we don't have as a movement a lot of choices. It is carried right at the heart of the brand that we use, whether you're a national society, the IRCRC, the IFRC, and that's the burden that we carry throughout. I want to share with you a few thoughts as welcoming remarks. And these are just thoughts about what we struggle with in leadership roles in our national societies. The first one is, how do we commit to a culture of accountability in a context in which accountability itself becomes really, really optional for many people? What do I mean? We live in a time when we expect high standards from people, but we never take it up ourselves. We never commit to those standards ourselves. So you're working in contexts in which the people you serve the colleagues that you work with, the people you provide leadership for in your national societies, might be expecting a high standard of behavior, of conduct, the very behavior and conduct and standards that they themselves will not subscribe to. That's the first crisis complexity that you have. And what worries me and gives me sleepless nights on that one is we have set up systems of reporting integrity issues. We have social media that can blow up any slight comment to look like it is a major problem. But we have these systems in context still in which people will make use of them knowing very well that what they're doing is wrong, meaning making use of systems for protecting vulnerable people, for promoting integrity by people who want to use it for ulterior motives. That's the first crisis that we have. How do you, as national society leaders, every day receive an integrity report, every day receive a whistleblower comment, and know that the person who is putting this particular comment is being honest, is doing so in good faith, and is not likely to take you down a rabbit hole that at the end of the day will waste your time and will waste the resources of your societies and your institutions. And I think that's the first crisis that we have, especially for us in the developing countries. That is a burden that we have to live with every day. That's the first point. The second point is we have, as a movement, a very interesting relationship with public authorities. And it's a relationship that was born at the same time with the movement. National societies are auxiliary to public authorities. And yet your biggest risk to your integrity, to your reputation, is that particular status, the status of being auxiliary to public authorities. In many places in this world today, public authorities are not liked. Public authorities are not institutions, or they do not represent people who have the most respect in society. And yet we are obligated to work with them. We have to have close relationships with them. We have to have close engagement. So the other thing that gives us sleepless nights is how do we have a reputational challenge through just relationships, and particularly the relationship of the unique status of Red Cross, Red Crescent societies being auxiliary to public authorities. That's the major challenge that we have to consistently think. The third point is, and this is not just for the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, we live in a time when the core of humanitarian work is being challenged as being extremely unethical. The detractors, those people who are pushing for a defunded mechanism of the humanitarian sector, those people who are pushing for a reduction in the role of civil society globally, do not do so openly by saying that we just want to do this to cripple you as the humanitarian sector. They are challenging the very fundamental basis of our work. Are we an expensive operational system? Are we wasting resources meant for poor people for all the wrong things? How many of you have heard of the allegation that we waste money in workshops and in meetings? And yet here we are in a meeting and in a workshop. So we live in a time when what we got away with for so long, that our work is essentially acceptable, that it is essentially good, that it is charitable, that there is a core built into it that makes it intrinsically good, is no longer the case. There is nothing good about humanitarian work as we used to enjoy for many years. People are asking us difficult questions. People are not respecting the essence of the work that we do. So these three issues, if you think about it deeply, obligates us to think about integrity beyond what we can do as a movement. It is not about what we can do internally in our societies. It is not the systems we develop. It is not the people we hire. It is not the rules that we engage in. It goes to the core of how we present ourselves, how we do our work, and how we collectively as a shared brand share certain standards of behavior. And that is why this conference starts with the note to say, as long as we share a brand, as long as we share the Red Cross, we share the Red Crescent, what you think is essentially within matters of your own national society and is internal to your national society is not internal just to you. It affects us as much as it will affect you. When Kenya Red Cross makes a mistake and it becomes a reputational issue, it is going to have an impact on our brothers in Uganda Red Cross. Because people will remember the Red Cross. People will not remember the American, the Kenyan, the Swedish, the Irish. People will remember the Red Crescent. They will not remember the Sudan Red Crescent, the Iraqi Red Crescent. People will remember the Red Cross, Red Crescent collectively if the IFRC do not behave or take up certain stand. And that is what the Integrity Conference was meant to be about. When we mooted the idea of having this discussion, we hope to achieve three things. One, just exchange experiences. What are the things you're struggling with as leaders of your national societies, and what have you done about it, so that we all learn from each other? That's the first one. The second one is for us to exchange ideas and to get updated on what are the best practices outside there, not just within the Red Cross movement, but within the private sector and other organizations. That was the second objective. But the third and most important one was for us to recommit ourselves to say, when it comes to integrity, it is a shared objective for the movement. It is not your problem. You cannot say, leave me to do my own things. We will not leave you. You will not leave me to do my own things. We will have a shared objective to achieve the highest standard of integrity within the Red Cross, but also in the humanitarian sector. Dear President, Secretary Generals, distinguished guests, welcome to Nairobi. Everything else I said was stolen. The only thing I was meant to do here was welcome you. So welcome to Nairobi. Thank you for taking time to join this particular conference. I am really delighted that we have representation at the most senior level from many societies, presidents, secretary generals, deputy secretary generals, head of finances, and board members. Welcome to Nairobi. I have the other responsibility of going through the protocol of persons to do welcoming remarks. And the first individual, of course, I will call upon to say hello is my boss, because it is politically correct to do so. The Governor of the Kenya Red Cross, the Honorable Geoffrey Korir Karibu.
Please, can you clap for our Secretary General? I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Kenya, to Kenya Red Cross, and to Nairobi specifically. Distinguished colleagues, partners, and friends, it is an honor to address you today at this crucial conference on integrity in the humanitarian sector. Catering here in Nairobi, part of Africa, a continent that has witnessed both profound challenges and immense resilience, we are reminded of why our work is so vital. It is also a continent where humanitarian principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence are tested daily. Integrity is the bedrock of our work, not an abstract ideal or a mere policy. It is the practice of consistency and transparency upholding our principle in the face of immense pressure. It is the honesty we demonstrate to the communities we serve and the accountability we show to the donors who trust us with their resources. The challenges to our integrity in Africa and most of our other national societies within the world are significant. We operate in contexts where corruption risks are high, institutions may be weak, and the space for principled humanitarian action can be manipulated or politicized. Climate change and conflict create complex emergencies where aid is urgently needed but difficult to deliver. Yet, this is precisely why our commitment to integrity must be unshakable. To the vulnerable families displaced by conflict in most of areas in Africa region, to the communities facing drought in the Horn of Africa, our integrity is our promise. It is the assurance that aid will be delivered based on need, not on influence or political affiliation. It is the guarantee that our action will not do harm, but will restore dignity and build resilience. Strengthening our integrity means empowering our local actors. It means transparency and accountability. It means protecting our people and our principles. This conference is an opportunity to move beyond words and translate our commitments to integrity into tangible action. By working together, sharing best practice, and holding each other accountable, we can build a humanitarian sector that is worthy of the trust placed in us. Let us ensure that our integrity is not just a policy in paper. So I want to really say to all of you that let's lead by example, build a more peaceful and just world. One action of integrity at a time will make a very big difference. So I want to really say on behalf of the board, on behalf of the volunteers and the members of Kenya Red Cross, karibuni sana to Nairobi, and feel free. We will always support you during these 3 days of conference. Asante sana.
Thank you, Governor. It's my honor now to invite Daniel of the ICRC to make a few remarks.
Good morning. Secretary General Idris, Governor, and members of the board of the Kenyan Red Crescent, IFRC regional office colleagues, representatives, presidents, and Secretary General of national societies, dear colleagues, all protocol observed. I don't have much to say after your opening speech. To be honest, I think it covers a lot. I just want to highlight the fact that it's a very good way to celebrate your 60th anniversary. I think it's very symbolically very powerful. As far as the ICRC is concerned, I mean, we've been, since the Council of Delegates of 2019, we've been quite close to working with national societies and the Federation, first of all in an integrity working group that's last year resulted in something that most of you know, that is the community's platform on the IFRC, and you have a special group called the Integrity Working Group or something like this. And this is quite an important platform because it gives a voice to all those professionals, leaders of national societies, ICRC, and the Federation to actually regularly exchange ideas, best practices, events, and trainings. It's been launched last year, and we are quite happy to be part of that. I will not go into a long opening speech, just reminding what the Secretary General of the Ugandan Red Cross said last year, basically saying that for the Red Cross as a whole and the Red Crescent to remain in business, it remains in business because people are believing in it and believing that the Red Cross, Red Crescent is about integrity. That's more or less what you just said. And it's about the trust the people have in the Red Cross and Red Crescent, and that it must be institutionalized. So personally, of course, I fully agree with that. I also noted that your slogan for this conference is beyond words, and I think it's also capturing very well the spirit that, yes, there must be talk and exchange and ideas, but more importantly, actions and concrete steps taken. And I believe Chief Bolaji, for the last 2 years, I've been meeting him in every NS platform around the continent, has been consistently repeating this to all of us. So thank you very much for the invitation, and we hope that we will contribute in the most positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the last speaker, the Director for IFRC Africa, Ndugu Charles, karibu.
Good morning, colleagues. The Vice President of the IFRC, Chief Bolaji, the leadership of the Kenya Red Cross, the leadership of the national societies, our PNS colleagues who are here, colleagues from IFRC, colleagues from ICRC. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude that we are convening to really reflect on something that is very close to us, something that is dear, especially at a time when Kenya Red Cross is celebrating 60 years anniversary. This theme, which has been given, integrity beyond words, is quite very central in what we do. Integrity is not just a principle or value. It is a promise. It is our commitment and foundation of everything that we do. A promise to the communities we serve, to our donors, and to each other. It is a commitment to transparency, to ethical leadership, and to ensuring that resources entrusted to us reach those who need them most. It is the foundation of trust, and without trust, our humanitarian mission falters. We gather here not just as representatives of our respective national societies or partner national societies or IFRC or ICRC, but as stewards of a global humanitarian movement built on trust, accountability, and service to humanity. Without integrity, our ability to serve is compromised. The IFRC integrity framework, anchored in the policy on the protection of integrity of national societies and bodies of the foundation, outlines clear expectations. That is transparency, accountability, ethical leadership, and compliance with the fundamental principles of our movement. The framework empowers the Compliance and Mediation Committee to address breaches and guide resolution processes. Since the 2019 Council of Delegates statement on integrity, our movement has made significant strides. The recent 2024 Progress Report highlights the creation of a community of practice on integrity and the mapping of integrity systems across national societies. Yet, it also acknowledges persistent challenges, gaps in governance, resource misuse, and ethical dilemmas in complex environments. Across our network, we face increasing scrutiny, complex operating environments, and sometimes internal pressures that test our systems and values. These challenges are not unique to any one society or the Secretariat. They are shared, and they require shared solutions. The 2024 Association of Certified Fraud Examiners report to the nations, a global study on occupational fraud, offers deep insights into how fraud is committed, detected, and prevented across industries and regions, and highlights internal pressures as a significant threat to organizational integrity. It calls upon leaders to navigate ethical dilemmas, such as bypassing procurement for speed, risking staff safety for donor visibility, or whistleblowing, while maintaining accountability and empowering staff to act ethically under pressure. Embedding integrity in humanitarian action calls upon us to observe 6 key considerations. One is to prioritize integrity in humanitarian operations by deepening localization and accountability, intensifying trust and accountability, operating within ethical boundaries, committing to empowering leadership and organizational culture, and localizing humanitarian action through strengthening structures and trust that enhance financial sustainability and resilience, transfer power and resources to branches while maintaining accountability. It also requires demonstrating audit excellence to enable integrity through independent review, and also ensuring digital integrity by navigating artificial intelligence and data risks that may come from digital transformation efforts and the AI adoption. And also, lastly, committing to a safeguarding culture of protection and accountability by preventing inequality and abuse, and upholding confidentiality and the protection standards, and investing in inclusive policies and practices. This conference should therefore be a space for honest reflection and collective action to reaffirm our integrity commitments under the IFRC integrity framework, identify systemic gaps and vulnerabilities that hinder our ability to uphold these standards, and empower leaders and technocrats with tools, strategies, and peer support to strengthen governance, compliance, and ethical culture. I would also say that, as most important, that we need to leverage the strength of our network, because integrity is not a solo journey. It is a collective responsibility. As we go through the next couple of days, my message to our national society leaders is that your role is pivotal. You are the custodians of integrity. You set the tone. Your decisions and actions shape the culture, influence trust, and determine the credibility of our movement. Let us lead with courage and consistency. To our technocrats and operational teams, you are the architects of our systems. Your expertise is the engine of our integrity systems. Let us build mechanisms that are not only reactive, but preventive. Systems that detect, respond, and learn. Let us use this space to share innovations, challenges, and lessons learned. To our IFRC colleagues and partners, your support is vital. Let us continue to strengthen the compliance architecture, share best practices, and ensure that integrity is not a siloed function, but a shared responsibility. Let us continue to build mechanisms that are not only reactive, but proactive systems that prevent, detect, and respond to integrity risks with agility and fairness. To all of us present here, let this not just be a space for discussions, but also one about commitments and concrete steps forward. Let us use this space to deeply reflect, challenge ourselves, and renew our pledge to integrity. As we begin this workshop, let us be bold in our reflections, be honest in sharing our dilemmas and achievements, and be united in our commitment by building systems and practices that support ethical decision-making. Integrity is not a destination, it is a daily practice. Let this be the moment we recommit to it together. Let us leave this workshop not only with insights, but with renewed resolve. Resolve to lead with integrity, support one another, and to ensure that our movement remains a beacon of trust in a world that needs it more than ever. As I conclude, I think Aisha did mention that we have been losing people. Recently, on the 25th, we had 25 of our staff volunteers in Sudan who were kidnapped, and 5 of them have lost their lives in the line of service. And there are those who are still in captivity. As you reflect on all this, for those who commit their lives and commit themselves, also let's remember them as we move forward, and all those others who have lost lives in the line of service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just to reflect on the last point that Charles made. The volunteers and staff who lose their lives in the line of duty do so because they believe they're doing the right thing. I think these are people who are committing to serve people, do the right thing, deliver assistance, and they pay the ultimate price. So I think the question before us is, what are we willing to put on the line to do the right thing? And we want to hear from the SGIFRC, who has given us a recorded message for this conference, and over to you.
Distinguished guests, friends, and colleagues, both in Nairobi and joining from around the world. My thanks to the Kenya Red Cross Society for convening this important conference. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person, but my commitment to this topic is absolute. Trust is our license to operate. Integrity is the mechanism by which we earn and preserve that trust. This is not a slogan. This is a daily practice embedded in how we lead, make decisions, allocate resources, and adapt. When people see the Red Cross or Red Crescent, they must see a promise that withstands scrutiny. In 2025, the pressure we face are immense. Conflicts are protracted, climate shocks are more frequent and severe, funding is constrained, and expectations are higher than ever. Digital risks, including AI-enabled fraud and misinformation, escalate monthly. None of this is a reason to lower our standards. It is the imperative to raise them. Integrity begins with culture and leadership. It is sustained by robust systems for risk management, protection against sexual exploitation and abuse, and agile, transparent procurement and cash assistance. All of this must be supported by our collective assurance and oversight. Through our independent internal audit and investigation functions, leaders like myself and our boards gain clear evidence that controls are effective, that gaps are being addressed, and that resources reach intended communities safely and efficiently. This is not about policing. It is about enabling confident, rapid, and principled humanitarian action. Personally, I'm more assured knowing that we continue to invest in and support a strong, independent oversight within the IFRC. I encourage my fellow leaders across our network to do the same. In the coming days, I hope you will speak candidly about the challenge and the pragmatic about the solutions. Align to global standards, invest in local capacity, protect whistleblowers, utilize data effectively, share lessons across our network, learn from one another, and leave Nairobi with tangible commitments that we can all apply. Integrity is everyone's responsibility. When we uphold it, we protect our people, our reputation, and most importantly, the communities we serve. I wish you a highly productive conference, and I look forward to the outcomes. Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to really send a message of gratitude to people who are in this room joining us online, including partners who are not from the Red Cross movement. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And the first person, of course, I want to recognize is my boss, Dr. James Kisia. He likes saying he's my former boss because he's no longer with the Kenya Red Cross, but once a boss, always a boss. Dr. James Kisia there. James, you can wave. The good old days, he didn't have a beard when he was at the Kenya Red Cross. This is the only example of reverse mentorship that has happened. I taught him how to keep a beard. Dr. Kisia is the executive director for the CMVB in East Africa, Karibu Daktari. I want to also recognize a few people in leadership who are at this meeting. The first one is our elder and leader in Africa, the IFRC Vice President, and also from Nigeria, Elder Bolaji. Elder Bolaji is there. You cannot miss him because he's wearing very green. Elder Bolaji will speak to us at the end of the conference. He's also the chair of the Africa Governance Group, a mechanism that we set up at leadership level a few years ago to help us think through integrity issues within our national societies in the continent. We have IFRC board member Julian Kamau. She's waving. Yeah. We have the presidents of Uganda Red Cross, President Uganda Red Cross, there he is, President Nigeria Red Cross, there is the President Nigeria Red Cross. Of course, we have the President Kenya Red Cross who spoke to us, but we also have the Deputy President of the Kenya Red Cross, Lali. Please, if Lali introduces himself, he has a very complicated name, just take the Lali part, you will be safe. So there is Lali. Is there any other president in the room that I missed? Mauritius Red Cross President. Thank you. We have a number of Secretary Generals who have joined both online and in person. Nigeria Red Cross at the back. We have John Labo of South Sudan. We have a few other Secretary Generals joining in person, include the Guinea-Bissau Red Cross, SG Guinea-Bissau, not yet in the room. We have my brother from Eswatini. There he is. Zimbabwe Red Cross is joining online. Cameroon is joining online. DRC is joining online. We have Cameroonian Red Cross Secretary General. It is always an honor when we see Secretary Generals in Africa, ladies providing leadership. I think we're doing very well these days as a continent on that note. So Karibu, Madam SG, welcome. We have the Secretary General for Sierra Leone Red Cross Society in person or online, not yet in the room. We have the SG Gambia Red Cross who will join virtually. We have the SG of Gabon Red Cross who will also join virtually. So a good commitment at leadership level. Welcome to everyone. Finally, before I sit down so that we can start the program, I want to extend a message of gratitude to the national societies who have assisted us in putting together this conference. American Red Cross, British Red Cross, German Red Cross, the Swedish Red Cross, the Netherlands Red Cross, the ICRC, and of course our umbrella body, the IFRC. Welcome, and let's start the conference. Over to you, Aisha.
Thank you, SG. So we'll quickly run through the program before we break for coffee break, and then immediately after we'll start our first session. So maybe just to take you through what we have lined up on this conference that is beyond words. So kindly requesting we put up the program. On your name tags, at the back of the name tags, you'll find a QR code. When you scan the QR code, it will take you directly to the link to the site that we have the program, the list of speakers that we've lined up for you during this next 3 days. And then that should, give you what is coming. But maybe just to quickly take you through what we have lined up for you today. So we are having the panel discussion for embedding integrity in localized humanitarian action. That will start immediately after coffee break. So kindly requesting we keep time so that then we are able to run through the program adequately. So we've lined up and curated speakers that are experts in the field. So we'll have Dr. Kisia, Dr. Khalid leading that discussion immediately after coffee break. So that's at 10:30. Then that, after 1 hour, we'll have a Q&A session. So the Q&A session will be where you would engage with the speakers and ask any questions related to the topic. And this is critical in terms of integrity as we are localizing what does it mean in terms of integrity. How do we invest in integrity? So that's what we are going to discuss. Then that will take us straight into lunch. Afternoon, we are having a nice conversation on leadership and culture, and it's really, really an honor to have a number of leaders in this room, leaders from across the movement, and that sets a very good tone and a good basis for the discussion. So we would have the SG for Kenya Red Cross, Dr. Ahmed Idris, in the panel. We'll have the SG for Burkina Faso joining us online, and we will have Aisha Abdallah, who's a partner head of dispute resolution at Airline Kenya, a good lineup of lawyers, so please make sure you don't miss that session. It's going to be very interesting. Please put your hard questions to the Secretary Generals on what it is they're doing to build integrity within the national society. So that's a challenge to you and a challenge to the speakers coming up. So that will wrap up in terms of day one, and then day two, we will go straight into a brief about the communities of practice by IFRC. Then we will look at global audit excellence. We'll have a senior manager from KPMG. We'll have a deputy head of internal audit, ICRC, Pauline, and we will have, of course, last but not least, me in the panel. Then that will take us straight into the coffee break, where we will discuss trust in the digital age, just looking at digital fraud and complexities. And this is why we are honored to have Raymond Mugo, who's a senior manager at Safaricom on network and M-Pesa. Raymond is also our Audit and Risk Committee chair. Raymond, please wave to the crowd. Yeah, technically, yeah. So we are having technocrats around that. Then we will have Mercy, also a fellow Audit and Risk Committee member, who's a director at Standard Chartered, who will be taking us through and unpacking that. So that is going to be interesting. In the afternoon, we will have the safe and accountable practices in cash-based programming. So just looking at some of the risks and what we can do. So the technical aspects of it, the specifics, so that then we're coming out of the conference with something that, can help us in terms of dealing with some of the challenges, and the cash mode being a humanitarian intervention as opposed to the traditional way of NFI. So just to unpack that, so that is going to be an interesting conversation led by a senior manager from World Vision, a forensic expert, and of course Susan, our Deputy Secretary General. And that will take us, and then at the end of tomorrow, we are going to have a cocktail, and you're all invited, so please don't disappear after today. Join us again tomorrow in the evening at Boma. Boma has lined up a nice cocktail buffet for us. We know that because we approved the menu. And that will take us through to day 3, where we will be unpacking safeguarding, a very important topic. And it's interesting, when we were asking participants to tell us what are some of your expectations, a lot of them came from safeguarding. So I think we are learning safeguarding. So we want to learn together, we want to share challenges together and solutions to that challenges. So hopefully Debbie and the team that will be leading us, so we have Debbie, head of safeguarding from BRC. We'll have someone from a safeguarding advisor from Oxfam, Edla and Stella from UNICEF, so all experts, and Joe Dunn, hopefully will be able to join us also the lead safeguarding from IFRC. So that will take us to the end of the conference, and then we'll have a safeguarding pledge by Adriana, Netherlands Red Cross, and I hope all of you will sign up on the pledge, and that will be the wrap-up of the conference. So it is our hope we'll be able to meet all your expectations. We've curated this and had a lot of preps on the same. So we hope we'll be able to engage, to learn in a fun, exciting manner, and come out of the conference as champions of integrity, come out of the conference with solutions to some of the challenges we're experiencing, and just learn together, meet and network and have fun as we're doing that. So with that, I think we would break now. So we will head out there. Just before we have coffee, we've been requested to take a group photo. Yeah? Science has shown usually on the first day of the conference, people look nicer than the other days. I know definitely I'll be looking tired at the end of the conference. So please, can we take the group photo today? As you know, we are still fresh, as we have a number of you in the room. And karibuni sana to Nairobi. Welcome to Kenya Red Cross. And welcome to the Integrity Beyond Words conference. Thank you.
Discussion is about embedding integrity in localization, humanitarian actions, localized humanitarian actions, strengthening accountability and trust at the community level. And I think the conversation around localization is not new. I think the Red Cross has been localized for the longest time, because we talk about branches where we are at where the rubber meets the road, where the communities are, we are part of the community. So it's not new for the IFRC. And generally, what is important is to ask ourselves the important questions like, are we trusted by the community? And if we are, what is the level of, ICRC talks a lot about engaging with communities for access, which is very important. But if we are trusted by the community, then our access should be assured. And that means that trust is there. It means that there is integrity. The community sees us this way. And I think from an organizational perspective, the issue of integrity is important, because we're talking about honesty, and we're talking about the issue of morality and ethics. And this can only be implemented when we have internal controls in the organization to ensure that these morals are engraved into a culture of an organization. So that's it. I would like to introduce to you my panelists, not necessarily to introduce them, but to ask them to speak about themselves. But I'm happy to say both of them are very important to me. I think the first time I came to the National Society, Dr. Kisia was the Deputy Secretary General, and he interviewed me, and I was, I think, 18 or 19 or 20 years of age, and Dr. Kisia asked me, in the process, the chairperson of the development committee was asking, where do you want to be in the next 10 to 15 years? And I said, I want to be the Secretary General. And the chairperson of the committee said, you want to take somebody's job? Then Dr. Kisia told me, it's doable. Your dreams are valid. So I'm still dreaming, Dr. Ari. So Dr. Kisia is our first panelist, so I'll ask him to also speak a bit as an introduction, how he sees this conversation. But as you know, he's the CEO of Center for Medical Mobilization Board in Kenya. But he has a lot of things that he achieved for his own life as a qualified and licensed doctor in Kenya. And I think as a CEO, he will be adding us a lot of value in terms of the conversation that we're going to have. And also, we have Dr. Alid. Dr. Alid is the chairperson of the Localization Alliance Steering Group. He's the president of Uganda Red Cross. He's also a scholar. He does curriculum for his country on health matters, and we are happy to have him as a leader as well. But I will ask them, starting with Dr. Kisia, to take a few minutes to just speak about yourself and the linkage of leadership and integrity in this topic. Over to you, Dr. Ari.
Well, thank you, Shadrach, and good morning. Now, the subject of localization is a subject that is dear to me. I spent 11 years at Kenya Red Cross, 7 of them as Deputy Secretary General, and we went on to start the International Center for Humanitarian Affairs. And during that time, we had serious discussions about localizations. We participated in a lot of forums, including the World Humanitarian Forum and the Grand Bargain. So when I was asked to talk about localization, I thought it's important that we talk about our context. It's important to very briefly say something about the humanitarian architecture, because all these things inform integrity and how integrity is practiced. So we will be referring to, in this discussion, to the global humanitarian architecture with a complex system of actors, institutions, frameworks, mechanisms, and more important, power dynamics and relationships between people and between organizations, which ultimately shape the humanitarian work that we do. So my short presentation will be on our context first in Africa. I can only speak about Africa. Then we'll talk about the reality that we have within organizations, and then some of the barriers to localization. And then we'll discuss very briefly on what I think can be done to improve localization and as well as integrity practice. So the context here on our continent is that we have significant challenges in the areas of humanitarian development work. 25% of the global disease burden is right here in Africa. And the financing for that is only 1%. 25%. So that tells you that in terms of disease and disease outbreak, we have to find efficient ways of attending to this. This investment is unlikely to grow exponentially within the next decades. And disease outbreak with a semi-permeable membrane of disease, that diseases come to Africa, but they don't go out. And treatments and finances generally don't come as fast as we expect. In 2024 alone, we had 242 disease outbreaks, emergencies on the continent. And these are serious diseases. We're talking about Ebola, Marburg, Lassa fever, and so on and so forth. The region that we are sitting on, the Horn of Africa, I don't need to remind you, this is the work that you do, is the most food insecure region in the world. Man-made disasters. Today we are listening to South Sudan with very little aid coming through. Sudan itself, Somalia, Congo, and so on and so forth.
So this is our reality. It is a fact that the statistics about local organizations, I don't know what it is now, but a few years back it was only 3% of the funding that went to local organizations. The remaining 96% was controlled by INGOs. Starting with the forums like Grand Bargain and World Humanitarian Summit in 2026, which Kenya Red Cross and IFRC participated very actively. And my colleague from Eswatini was reminding me that that's where we used to meet. The debates emerged on issues around legacy, legitimacy, and leadership of the INGO sector and whether the global architecture was fit for purpose. More importantly, I think for us and for this purpose is localization as a term which I find problematic. And I think this is a term that we need to examine seriously. In this country, during the colonial times, there was the councils, the city council of Nairobi. There used to be then, there used to be local native councils that were powerless. So I think over the years, in the history of the humanitarian work, we have privileged international over local. And I think it was not until the COVID pandemic that we started seeing, when nobody could travel, we started seeing the importance of locally led organizations and local response. So this localization is a term that has emerged to define an agenda to correct historical exclusions, but also to give legitimacy and accountability to humanitarian response. This was part of the agenda for reform of global humanitarian architecture. 2, number 1, increase direct funding locally to locally led organizations by 25%. Build more equitable partnerships and invest in the capacity of local organization. We'll come back to capacity and the definition that the traditional definition of capacity and perhaps what we should be adopting within the movement as capacity. And prioritize local leadership and governance because that has been cited as a major barrier to localization. The envisioned goal was to build a humanitarian response system that is effective, that's what we want, and equitable. These are good things on their own merit, and one would wonder why they have not been adopted by stakeholders. So why has localization not worked? Because I pose here that it has moved extremely slow and it hasn't really empowered local organizations. The major barrier at the heart of it has been power dynamics and the system's inability to shift powers, entrenched interest of international actors, financial control and agenda setting which is donor-driven. And I think if the humanitarian sector is not honest about having conversations on these issues, it's unlikely to get to this effective and equitable system with local organizations being well-funded. We have to be honest about the neo-colonial power dynamics and asymmetry of power within the humanitarian response workforce, where hierarchies are well established and decision-making power from very far. Career mobilities within INGOs. I think Kenya Red Cross is a good example of, many of our staff, every time I talk to staff, I find they have gone out to another international organization. They have gone out to, basically, there's poaching of some of the best, and there seems to be career movement within the international organization, either with IFRC or with ICRC or another international organization. But this also damages the workforce within the local organizations. But they have to leave because there are glass ceilings in the country offices limiting career progression. Then there's the knowledge hierarchy. Who is seen as the expert? Is the international expert the expert? What do we privilege? What is it that we call capacity? Is a local actor who has a deeply nuanced understanding of local context the one who has capacity? Or is it the one who can do a very good report and do a good accounting but does not connect with community? And I'm not trying to say that these are mutually exclusive. My experience in West Africa when I went for the Ebola response was one that exemplifies this. I thought we had the Red Cross, the Sierra Leone, Liberia Red Cross, and the Guinea Red Cross that understood the traditions that when somebody dies in West Africa, they must be given a befitting burial in order for them to join their ancestors in the village of ancestors, and that's a strong belief. And so if somebody died and you came and picked up the body in a white body bag, and they never saw it, it is equivalent of in the West of somebody being lost at sea. And the belief was very strong that, the family will not rest, that the spirits of that person will haunt them. Now, what we did is we came in with epidemiological knowledge and pattern of disease, that Ebola is not a curable disease, and this is what we ignored the local knowledge. And in the process, we had a lot of violence against our volunteers and staff in West Africa on something that is known locally. So the structured formal knowledge sometimes does need to interact with the local nuanced traditional knowledge. I think that another major barrier is upward and not downward accountability. We tend to have primary accountability to the donors in the north and not the affected communities. So this is something that local organizations must fix. Limited quality of funding. We don't have flexible funding to do organizational development work. So this has been a major barrier, so that local organizations are continuously in a transactional stage and continuously in what you call a relationship that is a cycle of compliance and subcontracting. On the part of local organizations, I think there are many barriers. Weak governance or lack of governance in some places, corrupt governance, has been a major issue. Repression and nepotism within local organizations, and adverse local power dynamics, gender discrimination, ethnicity, so on and so forth. Things that we should be tackling in order to get development and in order to respond in an effective and equitable manner. So this being the reality, where should we go from here? I think the most important thing is the funding needs to obviously go from 3 to 4 or 10 to 25 and above direct funding, even if it's from local governments. It needs to be flexible and long-term. Donors should embrace pooled funding so that many local organizations come together. Global Fund, I think, does this, even though I have my own problem with the manner in which, the transactional manner of that. But at least you pool together 40 or 50 local organizations and you reduce the risk. participatory approaches involving communities in every stage of the project, and then most importantly, at the local level, addressing internal power dynamics, HR policies, salary scales, promotion pathways that are transparent, and create a more equitable workplace. And then invest in different forms of capacity building. And these capacity building include as much as what we are talking here on integrity. Because lack of capacity, real or perceived, has been cited as one of the main reasons why local organizations don't get funding. So we have to invest in this area. I'll stop here, and I'm sure we'll interact more on the question and answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Let's give a round of applause to Dr.'s opening comments. Very good. You gave the facts and the statistics. You also went into details into the issue of localization and the dynamics that affect it. And also you went to the issues of some potential solutions. I think that's very important to guide to the next level, because they both embed into the issue of being trusted, but also strengthening our ability to be more accountable. Thank you very much. Dr. Alid, happy to have you here. Please, the floor is yours. Your 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Shadrach. Distinguished leaders who are here, colleagues, among others. My name is Halid Chirunda, like the moderator has indicated. I serve Uganda Red Cross Society as the president. In our society, we don't refer to ourselves as the president, we say chairman. But chairman is representative of the governor of Kenya Red Cross, or the president elsewhere. I am here to share a little bit on how do we anchor integrity in local humanitarian work. I have not directly worked with Red Cross, but I have served Red Cross on the side of governance. I have also served Red Cross as a volunteer for many years. I joined the Red Cross in 1987. That implies I've been a member for not less than 37 years of relentless voluntary service. I have, like they indicated, I'm a scientist, veterinary by profession. My PhD is in epidemiology and public health. But I always feel I should be in touch with the most vulnerable, because the other side of science, you may not know what I do. I've served my country as a director of research in the National Cultural Research Organization for 10 years. I'm now emeritus. I am now a scientist at the topmost level of science, and serve Uganda Christian University as an adjunct professor. And while I do that, Red Cross has always been a part of my journey, right from as low as the age of, call it 16 years to date. Served at branch level for many years since 2006. So that governance at branch level, I know something. Then served at the national level, first as a member of the board. You remember that the Uganda Red Cross Society went into a crisis in October 2013. We were a total of 23 board members, and there was an emergency national council meeting, and booted out the entire board because of that crisis. And they returned only 4 members. And I was privileged to be one of the only 4 members who were returned on the board. And it was because of an issue of integrity. And that's why I've now moved the ladders to be the chair of the Red Cross since February 2019. some people want to say Dr. Chironda's signature is called integrity. That's what some people say. But that just to highlight that it is that spirit that I even accepted to serve the different African national societies that are currently in a localization initiative for financial sustainability, which is called Localization Alliance. And which Localization Alliance that I'm serving as the chair of the steering group is fostering or is endeavoring to anchor integrity within the operations of the national societies. Currently, we are about 11 members as national societies, but with 4 partner national societies from Europe. It is my appeal that other national societies join us in letting the world know that we are trying to foster the principle of integrity. I will not elaborate that. I want to emphasize the fact that like what Dr. Kishia indicated, there is increased magnitude and frequency of disasters and epidemics, probably even pandemics. He gave the statistics. I may not give the statistics, but I can hang my submission on his statistics. And indicated that whereas we have the increased disasters, increased crises, we also have the fact that the donors also have problems at their own homes because of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. So the resource flow has become a little bit low and so encumbered. And any donor is now more risk averse than ever before. So because of that risk aversiveness, it should be the effort of us, the local actors, to make the donors understand that the resources that are being advanced for local humanitarian action are safe and the risk is low. Or even where the risk exists, we can be able to concurrently or jointly manage the risk. But then it is better that funding goes on as we build the capacity for managing the risks, as we build our systems, and as we build integrity and accountability in leadership and the competence of staff that deliver the humanitarian effort. So here I am here to share on 2 areas of humanitarian action. One, which will be number 2 in my discussion, is can feedback be important? Can feedback be important in improving the delivery of humanitarian action? But then the first one, which I can probably start with, is it possible for us to look at the global standard? Looking at the global standard, is it very possible to make the global standards work in a local action? And my first response is that yes, it is possible, and therefore any development partner shouldn't be scared that the standards that the donors and the international community wish to foster in humanitarian action funding is possible even at the local level. And it would even work better if it is locally led, because the people we serve are regarded our neighbors. And in the culture of different societies, including Europe, the Americas, and everywhere, your neighbor serves you better, and you feel more comfortable to open up and be served by your own neighbor. And therefore, I want to emphasize the fact that based on the core humanitarian standard that each one of us 2024, which has become a popular standard to work with, that is anchoring integrity in terms of our community engagement and in terms of the quality of the services that we deliver in humanitarian action, as well as the accountability that we offer to communities. That standard gives 9 areas in which we can be able to customize the internationally recognized standards to the local humanitarian action without compromising those standards. So what do we have to think about, and which we in the Localization Alliance are trying to foster to the different national societies that ally with us? One is that, like indicated in that framework, let us develop rules jointly. We develop rules as we start to undertake support for humanitarian action in any national site or in any country or any project. Then the donor or the development partner, jointly with the national society, who is the local actor. We can also say, between the national headquarters and the branch, we should start by developing the simple rules. Those simple rules can be a short list of simple procedures, a few procedures, which are which are similar in terms of spirit to the internationally required standards, but which are simple for the local community to understand and use the local examples that they know. You may already be aware that literacy rate has been low in many African countries until the recent past. And therefore, the standards which we always talk about in finances, audit, among others, are not very well understood by the volunteers who support us. One, they are younger people. They have not yet studied a lot. Number two, they are operating in the rural areas. Some of them are completely not educated, but we need them during the delivery of humanitarian action. You will not need a Dr. Halid Kirunda to deliver. You will need that young person. You will need that woman. That woman who is affected still can be the person to deliver. That disabled person to whom the humanitarian activity is being delivered. The survivor of a disaster. So the issue is, how do we make the rules as simple, using local examples, but without compromising the international standards? Number two, can we match control to the level of risk? We perceive risks differently. You know that risk is referred to as a hazard times the likelihood, and then you determine the impact. Now the issue is, we perceive risk differently, but we who are the owners of the project know where the risks are, and we know which risks we should perceive and at what level should we accept such risks. So let us deliver controls based on risk. If we know that the resources that we are delivering are low level funding, the risk is low. So you operate with the community. And you let the national site or the branch take over activities as they get to understand how to manage the risks, as they also appreciate and understand the methods or the procedures of managing the risk. So we match the risk or the control to the risk level. As the risk goes lower, we also transfer the water. We transfer the management of the resources or the control of the project into the hands of the water of the local actors. We need to do regular checks because this helps. We can do regular checks at our level to try and convince ourselves that the standards that we are talking about are taking root. And we also allow peer-to-peer. We allow peer review such that then the peer review can be used to give us feedback. And the peer review can be able to make us understand that some of the weaknesses that we thought there exist are now being addressed, and the system is getting strengthened, and the integrity culture is sinking within the humanitarian action at a local level. We also look at the issue of protecting people first, without exception. Of course, there are issues that happen in communities. We cannot negate that fact. Issues of harassment, sexual abuse, among others. We have different, there is conflict of interest. We have issues of the politicians wanting to take advantage of the relief materials delivered. And they want to tell the community, it is our effort that this relief has come, and then that relief should be given to people of either our tribe, our religion, our clan, our family, and then we take advantage of that as politicians to gain political capital. But all that can be able to be mitigated. I want to quote an example where one time I led a team to go and deliver humanitarian relief in a disaster in Uganda. And there were 3 ministers, including a deputy prime minister. And there were resident district commissioners who are representative of the president, a number of them. But my first statement was to make them understand that the relief which we have here today, which relief has also been contributed to grossly by government itself, is now for the vulnerable communities, the most vulnerable communities. And I told them, regardless of whether you were a minister, a deputy prime minister, or a resident district commissioner, or any other leader, you will not give us instructions on how to deliver this relief. I am afraid to let you know that once contributed by government, this relief becomes the relief of the affected communities. And the volunteers and the staff of Uganda Red Cross Society have been able to identify the most vulnerable or the most affected individuals or households. And this relief will go there. It will not be directed by any of you. And that was the first agreement, and they agreed, and they could not interfere at all with the distribution lists of the of the volunteers. So I want to assure you that those are the efforts, some of the examples that we can use, and I want to allay fears that as we move by, our engagement, humanitarian, not humanitarian, but diplomatic engagement with the governments, with the ministries, is making them understand that as we run auxiliary services, we are independent, and we have standards developed globally by the International Red Cross movement that we move by, and integrity is at the center of our local action.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lid. Let's give him a round of applause. So we're going to open up for questions from the floor or online. I don't know who is... yes, sir. There's one there. Please, the mic. Thank you.
Yes. I'm the president of the Mauritius Red Cross. So I just want to have a clarification or a suggestion from either the two panelists. So my question is that you mentioned that there should be rules and procedures, right? You can have lots of rules and procedures, but if you don't have a mechanism to implement, to enforce the rules and procedures, then the rules, whatever rules, will have no effect. You will agree with me that in a humanitarian action, the possibility the ultimate beneficiary may be very far from the headquarters. So what do you suggest? What mechanism do you suggest that could be made in place to ensure that the integrity process that you have been put in place is being enforced and implemented, and that you receive the trust of that ultimate beneficiary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is another one.
Bonjour, Ange de la RDC. Je vais poser ma question en français. J'ai deux petites questions.
Please hold on, hold on. Go ahead.
Thanks. Le mouvement, c'est-à-dire nos sociétés nationales et surtout de l'Afrique, sont confrontées aujourd'hui à des risques modernes. La fraude visible.
Go ahead.
Je disais que le mouvement, nos sociétés nationales en Afrique sont confrontées à plusieurs risques modernes qui sont la fraude visible, le cyber-risque, la collusion en temps réel. Et quelle est donc l'approche qui est la plus importante au niveau local pour garantir l'intégrité, au-delà des mots, par ricochet la pérennité de nos actions, la pérennité des financements au niveau local? Deuxième question, notre vulnérabilité, c'est vrai, c'est un écart entre le système et la réalité du terrain. Qu'est-ce qui peut réellement combler cet écart dans la localisation de l'aide? Merci.
Thank you. One last one here.
Hello. Yes, Hassan from Sierra Leone, Red Cross. Thank you, doctors, the two doctors. From both of you, it's about compliance. And doctor from Uganda, you clearly mentioned the local rules, which is okay. But compliance, it's about 3 levels. So if you zero in on the local ones, which are okay, where the projects are implemented, what about, for example, the national laws of the country? What about the donor rules and requirements? And you and I know, who pays the piper calls the tune. So if you are not aware of the donor rules and you don't comply, the implementers of the project will be punished. The cost will be disallowed. There could be issues of reputation and the like. And yeah, so I just want to understand, how do you navigate through all of that? Thank you.
Thank you. We can start with those 3. The first one was on rules and procedures mechanism, but how do we implement them or to put them into perspective? I don't know if Casey would like to go first.
No, I think first and foremost, local organizations should develop the bare minimum of ways of doing business. I think when we are talking about, within the Red Cross, for example, 100 and, I don't know, it was 150 when I was here. 100 and how many years now? The Red Cross movement. You guys don't know? 192, okay. So 192 years of 162. Which one is it? Okay, 162. So it's been many years. A lot of frameworks have been developed. A lot of tools have been developed. And I think, and all those tools are available to the organizations, the national societies. I think it's a leadership imperative to make sure that the bare minimum that is required for organizations to do business are reached. And they should be reached in partnership with international organizations, because success of a local organization should be the success of an international organization. And it should be part of what a partner demands. But I think even before the partner demands that, the important issue of leadership is quite an important one. When I was here for 11 years, I think the Secretary General used to emphasize over and over that what you're supposed to do it and do it well, so that you don't have partners complaining of very basic things. Because the moment you have partners complaining of basic things, then it just stops conversation and the work. Now this takes courage, courageous leadership. It also takes emotional fortitude on the part of leadership to insist that things are done and to have those difficult conversations. I think oftentimes within the local organizations, because sometimes we do not emphasize capacity building during that leadership pipeline and succession pipeline. Oftentimes we end up with situations where what needs to be done is not emphasized that it should be done. But there must be capacity that is built. The national societies and local organizations must define what is the capacity that is needed, to attend to gaps of implementation. And it doesn't matter how good the documents are, on the other side of implementation, leadership has to walk the talk. And there must be verifiable indicators that we are actually doing this, so that we measure, and we have no problem measuring. And my colleague talked about pure peer support and exchange visits, learning. There's a lot of knowledge that is domiciled within the Red Cross that is in silos. So I think some national societies are very successful in certain areas, and facilitating some of these learning trips and making sure that whatever works in one particular organization can be very quickly duplicated, so that the movement itself is seen to be trustworthy and to be transparent and to be implementing all those documents that they have. Thank you.
You can take the next one.
I wanted maybe to supplement what my colleague has just contributed. How do we, still on the question of how do we implement some of these, or enforce or effectively implement on some of these international standards? It is true that it may seem a little bit difficult, but I want to assure you that the efforts to make sure that we can implement and implement effectively should be a deliberate effort, deliberate over years. You cannot ask a child who was born 2 months ago to start running. I usually quote an example of where the first universities were. The first university was established in Morocco by a woman called Fatima Notso. The other university was in, I think in Greece, also around the 12 something. But it is over time that you can be able to grow knowledge, you can improve attitude, you can be able to improve cultures, you can be able to grow a culture that you want. If you went to, if you visited some of the countries where there is a culture of not stealing, you may find that if you ask them the history, they will tell you how they went about it. That to date, even if you left your computer here, then you can find it after 3 weeks when it has not been touched by anybody, or unless police has taken it away and can be able to declare it to the public. So it's a culture that you build. It's an effort. And this effort, we need to invest together with the development partner, because at times we want to build the culture, but you lack the resources. I want to quote an example of Uganda Red Cross Society, which I'm most known about, where we have a branch, and the branch is served by only one worker called the branch manager. Now, this branch manager is the only person who serves the branch. He attends to disasters, is the one who is running to meet the district officials, is the one attending to epidemics, is the one attending to first aid, is the one attending to blood donor recruitment, and the same is spending some resources and expected to account for the same resources. But as starts to do some accountability, they tell him or her that a disaster has occurred somewhere, and he runs the disaster where he's going to spend about 3 days. But this way, the accountability is required immediately, because the donor needs that accountability immediately. But it's one person doing everything. And the reason why a national site can have only one worker is because the national site subsidizes funds of the project. The project comes capped that only 5% of the funds can be used for administrative costs. And in this sense, it means that the national site must pick resources that could have been used to deploy 3 workers in a branch in order to make sure that this project is run according to the way the donor likes it. So because of the lack of consideration for those core costs and the need to subsidize for those costs on behalf of the donor, makes the institution vulnerable and unable to fulfill or to strengthen what is required at the grassroots for effective implementation and for building a culture which is accountable. So I want to emphasize the fact that what we need to do is the donor needs to work with the local actor, do some investment in auditing, in building accountable leadership, such that the culture can be able to grow until when we can have strong local actors, which is the most important part that each one of us needs.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is coming to an end in a minute, but I think you also tried to answer the third question on compliance. But there's a question around the fraud and cybercrime and the changing dynamics on how we are able to do that within the national society and take care of those risks. It came from the SG at the back, so I don't know whether you can say a few things as we close.
I think Dr. Kisha may be the most well-positioned person to say something about how to manage, but generally it's about building systems. It's about building systems in order to be able to manage these modern crimes that are starting to occur. And indeed, building systems cannot only take the sole effort and the ability of the local actor. At times, there is need for some support to build those systems in order to be able to protect institutions about the risks from modern crimes such as cyber crimes. Dr. Kisha.
No, I think these are global issues. I mean, it makes for very negative narrative to think that they only happen in local organizations. Fraud is everywhere. You know, cybercrime is everywhere. So, and it affects both the international partners and the local partners. So, I think one of the best ways of attending to this is first and foremost ethical leadership, you know, where there is transparency. You know, fraud exists actually in where there's no transparency. It's very difficult to, sometimes you end up discovering fraud much later. Where there is documents that are available to everyone, including issues around, you know, procurement, that it should be open to everyone. Procurement plans, we should have evaluations when that is not there, when things are not transparent, I think one of the ways of dealing with these things is practicing radical transparency, using technology, today's technology, to make sure that all that is known by the stakeholder, the primary stakeholder, is known to other people, so that when there is a difference, then people are able to pick that up. But having said that, it does take continuous capacity building. You know, we have now, in the age of AI, we are in the age of cybersecurity, you know, organizations, and I think there could be a pooled effort by an organization as big as the Red Cross, where they have pooled funding for pooled training and capacity building in some of these emerging areas. And the earlier you get going on that, the better, because otherwise you'll be playing catch up much later. But within the local organizations, I think the issues of governance, the issues of integrity in leadership are very important. If they are not attended to, you can have all systems in place, and there's a symmetry of power between governance and management, there's a symmetry of power between senior management and middle management, then you will inevitably come to a point where some of these things can be happen. There's a symmetry of power between partners. Not all partners are the same, you know, and after all, there are organizational boundaries, and whatever happens, you know, if something happens within another organization that impacts you, and it may imply fraud, you may not be able to do much about it because there's that. So the issues of ethical leadership, transparency, empathy and respect, those are, I think these are important things. Walking the talk, where your words are aligned to, for the leadership, the lines are aligned, their words are aligned to their action. You know, because people lower down do not have the ability to challenge leadership. So it's leading by action.
Thank you, Dr. Kisia. I just need to correct that we came to an end of our first part of the panel. So we're going to questions. From my side, I will do two, and I'll allow the floor also to bring some more. So thank you, both of you. I think there are important things that you touched on, especially on the shifting power locally, while protecting integrity, and I think that was clearly coming out of your conversations. And I think one of the questions I would like to raise here is, how can we transfer more control and resources to local actors without compromising ethical standards and accountability? I think you talked about that, but I would like to have some tangible one or two things that the leaders within the national society could do, and also can be applied by the partners. I don't know whether Dr. Kisia would like to give a quick go.
Yeah. So I don't know if we are allowed to challenge the question. It's a question that I find problematic, because we should not assume that ethics only and ethical leadership exists within international organizations and not local organizations. So I will not say much about shifting power, because we have talked enough about shifting power. But I hinted on the issue of, you know, shifting ourselves from the traditional sort of paternalistic way of relating, in privileging international and, of course, you know, the local organizations have a lot less power, less money, less reach in terms of influence, not at the community level, but at the donor level. So, and as my colleague has said, they bear a lot of risks. I remember a time here that we got funding that was to do a water project in Turkana. And that water project, it came from international, not within the Red Cross, but we found out that there was the deliberate, they found out that they could not do the project with the budget they had. So they call us. It seems like a lot of money. We were at a time when we were developing our water proposal with our water program with the late engineer Manji. And we dived headfirst. And, you know, in the end, it became very clear that that could not be achieved. And Kenya Red Cross had to put its own money in that, you know. So that was very unethical. It was not transparent. And I'm sure that if you talk to local organizations, they will tell you about international organizations receiving, let's say, $3 million and, you know, to do a project, and then give $1 million to a local organization with very strict budget lines that cannot be changed, and it becomes a big problem for that. So I think we have to practice transparency, and we have to ensure there's accountability to all, because even for international organizations, there is accountability. There should be accountability to everyone. So shifting power, I think we should do away with micromanagement. We should do away with international organization involved in project management. This is not the work of international organization. It is to determine where the capacity is, proximity to the ground. Local organizations have that. International organizations raise funds, advocate, take the information, standards. And once we have that very clear, then it becomes much easier. And the face of the organization or of your movement should be the local national societies. The flexibility of some of the projects, you know, will help to shift power. If you have a log frame that cannot be attended to, cannot be changed, you know, you'll be dealing with the tyranny of a log frame. You are straight-jacketed, and as a local organization, it's not much that you're going to be able to do, and you will remain powerless. So I think these are things that must be negotiated, you know, and more importantly, I think issues about ethical leadership and accountability, we need to be accountable to communities. How many national societies here openly go and discuss their budgets and what they're supposed to do with the committee on the ground? Who are you accountable to? In the end, in that Turkana project, these guys, the communities we are dealing with, did not know who gave us the money. They did not know a UN body gave us the body. While we had a contract with a UN body, they had a psychological, unwritten contract with us that would threaten our credibility, and it would threaten our reputation on the ground. So because you are local organizations and you know that, educating upwards becomes an important area, and accountability to the strategic stakeholder, which is the community, is, I think, is an important thing for Red Cross if it's remain a grassroots organization. So what is the role then of the INGO? You know, moving from the traditional role to the role of dealing with the donor, handling donor reporting, you know, absorbing the financial roles and the financial risks, and advocating at international level, and aggregating the work that is done by many national societies and amplifying it to the donors, you know, so that, you know, more impactful work can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hari, and I think it's very important what you're talking about, the accountability at the lower level, and the roles between the partners, the donors, and local organization, because then it makes sure that the priorities of the community that are carried forward by the local organization are also taken to the global perspective, and it's not a one-sided way of doing things. Daktari, I see you holding your mic.
Yeah. My colleague has really emphasized the issue of accountable leadership or accountability through transparent systems at different levels, probably at the national society level, the donor, the branches to the national level, and then the local communities. Transparency is also required to the branches and vice versa. I want to maybe supplement that by indicating that we can transfer what we are referring to as these standards and effort by emphasizing the need to have the community voices in our actions, utilizing the community. That's one way of transferring responsibility, accountability to the communities. We need to listen to them. Because, for example, we need to give them the safe ways to speak up. Tell them, please, if we are serving you, give us the feedback. The channels should be clear, should be simple, should be deliberate, should be available all the time. That if there is any complaint that you see in the delivery of our humanitarian action, that you as a beneficiary, you are not achieving all the kind of community worker promises that we made with you. You are not seeing exactly what we promised to deliver in this project. Then you should be able to give us that feedback. And number two, to explain to them, how do you report that feedback that you want to give us, be it a complaint, it could even be an appreciation, it could be an action to improve what is being implemented. How do you report it? In which time frame do you expect us to give you the response? And if you are not satisfied with the response, then what do you do? So that they feel engaged, they feel involved in the implementation, to hold you, the implementing partner, accountable to the project or the delivery of the services. We need to show the results of the feedback. How regularly do we make sure that we go back to them and tell them that, no, we received the complaint A, complaint B, and C, and this is the response we did, and we put it on a poster somewhere, or we are sounding it on a radio, or we delivered this feedback in a meeting, so that they should feel comfortable that we are giving a contribution. The power has been shifted to us. We are part of the implementation of the project. How do we make sure that the community is indeed in charge? Then you have to create groups from amongst the beneficiaries of this to monitor the activities that are being implemented. And these can be made, you can keep alternating these groups. If you have a group of 3 women, 2 youth who are involved in implementation, or in monitoring, then after 3 months or 6 months, have another group so that they don't think you have a favor somewhere. In these voices, can we target to ensure that women have their own voice, and this voice can even be listened to by somebody independent, so that their fear of imagining that the Secretary General of our national society may not be able to treat our complaint, or the president may not listen to us. Can we have somebody independent, or some independent channel where this can be channeled without any level of impunity, so that at the end of the day they are free, they feel engaged, and they know that the power belongs to them to ensure that the implementation is good. In a nutshell, I want to indicate that it's about policies, it's about people, it's about processes, it's about platforms, and it's about proof of what you are doing. And if everything goes in line with that, then it's possible that it may take you shorter for you to be able to have integrity in the implementation of humanitarian law action.
Thank you, Dr. And I think we have people online. Any questions for those who are online, but also for those who are on the floor? Yes, there's one there, and another one from Cecilia. And thanks. I hope your question was touched when you talk about the compliance from the structure. You talked about the branches to the headquarters. When you asked your question, I remember. I heard that it was a tackled one. Thank you, Cecilia. Or
yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks for all these postulations. I'm Adi again from Nigeria. I want to say that much as we have talked about installing integrity in our organizational structure over the years, there have been some apparent challenges that come along with management practices. Functional practices along the lines. One of them is the rigidity of budget as passed down to the local national societies from especially the Federation and other donor partners. You know, the moment there's an interception or an intervention, let me say, from the Federation, possibly there's a heightening of some control mechanisms that tend to let people at the national society level look as if they are suspects already in the implementation structure. And the rigidity makes it impossible many times, you know, to have some flexibilities that may even be interpreted as an attempt, you know, to default in the integrity line. In such circumstances, many projects become difficult to implement. And you want to find yourself, you know, calling yourself to question why you could not do certain things when it is not because you lack the capacity, but because you are limited in thinking out of the box in ensuring that certain solutions are met. Because reasoning out of the box will not be compliant within the system. And I know that budget should contain some level of flexibility in order to enhance the quality of delivery. That's one. Two, I believe in that many times the top management does not also, that is even at the national level, does not also have the regard for those at the middle management, the level of confidence in the people at the middle management, the empowering of the people at the middle management does not permit them to really use their discretion somehow, their discretionary powers, their initiatives, their innovativeness in bringing good, fresh, and practical ideas, even in the course of their training, towards becoming management staff. In fact, some or many of them don't even see themselves having a career progression within the system. So all these things demotivate and actually open, you know, flaws into the integrity function. Then the control span, the control mechanism. We seem to think about controlling from the superior to the subordinate. Meanwhile, it's got to be at all levels. There should be some elements of control from the top, and also some element of caution, don't let me call it control, of the superior from the the subordinates. That will make the integrity work better. And that's my observation for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Those are very good. Some of them are not really questions. I think it's more of input on shared leadership and control to ensure that we have integrity across the management of the national society, but also you asking more on how do we ensure that the management is not seen already or perceived by the donors or partners to be suspects already. And that talks about also how the outside sees the national society.
Shadrach, can I say something about the rigidity? I think there's a role for local organizations with this rigidity. And I think a metaphor here is maybe, I'm going to use the men's suit, not because most women tend to wear clothes that fit them. Oftentimes you see a man wearing an oversized suit with the hands all the way here. If the suit doesn't fit, you have to refit it. You have to educate the person that this does not actually fit. And I think we did this in the Red Cross here in Kenya after learning from that particular project, where we would go back to the donor, where the manager is having a frank conversation, say, look, boss, I cannot implement this project the way it is. And then we go back to the donor and say, look, we need to change this and we need to change that. One must be in a position, put themselves in a position with their trusted donors, or create safe space in conversations way before projects occur to be able to have that kind of frank conversation. And I think this is where a lot of local organizations get disadvantaged. And one of the reasons they get disadvantaged, again, is that capacity to negotiate. So we must invest in this. We must invest in, I suppose, cross-cultural literacy. That some of the things are suggestions. And in Africa, we generally tend to be too agreeable sometimes, too much, that it actually impacts on not just the project, but the people that we are serving. So if we are focused on the fact that, look, I would like to take this project, but the people, it's not going to serve the people that, the communities that I'm serving. So I want to get into a conversation with you on that basis. I think that would assist in, gaining some agency on the part of local organizations.
Thank you. We still have two questions, but you can go
It's
ahead.
a small one. To emphasize the factor that it is, I think, mainly the issue of lack of flexibility is mainly an attitude problem on the side of our donor community. But we need now to start reaffirming the need for change of attitude. Such that now the funding should be at least for several years. Move away from project mode to a program mode. And with flexibility, whereby we should be able to understand during the 6 months, we need to go and understand the risks involved the implementation of the project or the program. Then we start sharing, we share the risks, how do we about this risk, we invest together, we invest human resources, we invest the money in order for us to be able to deliver the humanitarian action. That way, without that change of attitude, it can still remain a little bit difficult. That's why the localization alliance, we advance our own commitments about things which we must put right, or we put right in order to allay your fears about these risks. But we also request you to commit yourself by understanding and accepting to go by certain rules, so that we also feel comfortable that we are building humanitarian action jointly.
Thank you very much. Cecilia?
Thank you, both doctors in the front there. I think you mentioned about the World Humanitarian Summit and the Grand Bargain. It's almost a decade now. It was taking a long time for organizations to also just accept localization, but also for local actors to become localized. But it was also at a backdrop of, I'd say, enough resources going around. But now looking at the humanitarian crisis on funding, how do we then see the progression or the ambitions and objectives of localization, and how will the reduction of funding impact or even probably exacerbate the issues around integrity, especially when it comes to delivering services to the most affected communities? Perhaps just your takes on what's happening currently. Thank you.
Very good question. We'll take the other one from the corner.
Thank you. Mine is on when the challenges with the local actors or the national societies in terms of ethics. Is there room for improvement, or once the local actor is found in areas that are murky, then the donor or the international NGOs will blacklist? What are the strategies then the local actors? Because in the learning curve, we expect the local actors to be in some of these murky areas. So what strategies can local actors or national societies put in place to be back in the good books of the partners that they are working with?
Very well. Who was doing online? Was our colleagues online? Anything? Okay, please, I don't know where Kathy is. You can keep an eye on that, then we can take the answers from, we can also take answers from the floor. We're not saying our distinguished doctors know it all, so we have a lot of knowledge from the floor as well. So, Dr., do you want to take, we have the two questions, one from Cecilia on...
I think I'll take the first one,
okay.
Cecilia.
Yeah, and then the ethics lead can take.
Yes, yes, you're right. I mean, there were resources, it was a movement, Grand Bargain, WHS, we all went to Istanbul, and commitments were made. And I think at that time, the humanitarian sector was well-funded. But as I said, there was not much devolution of funds. And some of the programmings like cash transfers were, they were not at their optimum. They were still at a very low level. Now, their resources are significantly low with the moving out of USAID, significant drop in aid from UK and quite a lot of European countries. I think while there is an emerging donor group within in the Middle East, I think we are yet to see its effect on a very burdened humanitarian sector. I think we have to look for efficiencies. We have to look for efficiencies, way to create efficiencies, and way to work smart. That's one way. The time for wastage is gone, and we have to look for ways in which we can incorporate communities, we can take advantage of local organizations, and make sure that work is done at much lower cost. More importantly, I think the role of local organizations will have to evolve. Over time, we've been implementing, and it's time that governments in Africa, whom people pay taxes to and who are accountable to their people, start being pushed to spend enough money to prevent some of these disasters, because prevention is better than cure. How you do that is aggregating evidence and making sure that the right forums that include governments, we don't have government especially government of Kenya, which is here, it would be a good thing to have government listening to this conversation and to understand their mandate. The work of the INGOs and NGOs is to point out and to work on the gaps so that we can actually get budgetary allocations on those pernicious issues that have not been attended to among communities that are marginalized. So I think that two things, efficiency and changing the roles so that we start fitting the purpose with the money that we have. We're not going to, it's unlikely that the humanitarian sector will ever be the way it was in the past. So we'll have to work with less money and we'll have to work very differently.
Thank you, Dr. And I think the last part is we have to be more efficient, more deliberate of being fit for purpose as an organization, as local actors, but also the issue of government funding, because it's their responsibility. When we talk about the auxiliary role, it's the government's responsibility, but we come in to support them, so we need to ask them to step in a bit more. I think the second question from the end was, how do we rebuild our relationship with our partners and donors after we have integrity issues or ethical issues, for that matter, Dr. Alid?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one is that we have had enough lessons to learn from. Enough lessons where the integrity of our national societies in Africa have been put to question. I think we have had enough examples. And we should commit ourselves, never again should we have that within our Africa national societies. But then, to respond to the question is that if there have been ethical issues and this has already been taken on or noticed by the donor community, usually there is the approach which is commonly undertaken is that of reprimand. Yes, at times they can be right to reprimand, but at times circumstances should be clearly understood about the reprimand. But after that has occurred and the integrity issues have been put into question, then the next is to start building a culture that brings back the understanding that there is a deliberate effort to restore integrity or accountable leadership within a national society. I want to assure you that may not be easy. I will give you an example of Uganda Red Cross Society. When we had the crisis in 2013, it has not been easy, but it took us about 7 years to restore that donor confidence. And as we talk today, there is much confidence about us because we strengthened the systems, we made a deliberate effort to have leadership with integrity, put up policies or frameworks that provide for internal controls, checks and balances. I know that we are one of the few national societies that already have an integrity and compliance committee to make sure that even the leaders, including the presidents of a national society, can equally be checked by a certain system. So I think it's an effort, and we request that these are mistakes made by particular individuals. And if a new set of individuals has come, and there is a clear direction being shown by the new set of individuals of building systems, building frameworks, building a culture of integrity or accountable leadership, then there should be support from the donor community to move with you along that journey. Because at times those crises happen because the systems were weak. And just because we are aversive to have our money spent within building systems, but it is something that donors should not run away from. We need to invest some money in building capacity if we are to have systems that have the integrity, and if we are to achieve locally led action, which is more sustainable.
Thank you, Dr. I also want to weigh in to say that we have a big problem as African national societies. If you have a governance team, your president is unemployed, he's supposed to be having his own businesses and doing his own work, and he's unemployed, and majority of your board is the same, what do you expect? That means that you have vulnerable people who are coming to benefit from the national society and not to be benefited by the national society and not for them to benefit the national society. And that's a big problem. And when I say this, I've been in many African national societies where the president's work is the Red Cross work. And they want to come to the office and they want to change to be paid from the national society, which the structure is not that, doesn't work that way. So the quality of people we attract to be our board members should speak for itself. Right from the branch, when we attract membership, and this is why we need to have a very specific focus in the African culture that in this continent, the quality of our citizens, we don't live far away from that. We live in the same environment. So our volunteers, what we need to have is, we talked about tools, and the panelists talked about tools that we need to have. In Africa, my advice with majority of our national society is very specific, that volunteers are service providers. They are more aligned to management. Governance, on the other hand, is membership. We need to be very deliberate on the kind of members we attract to the national society. So if you attract vulnerable people who are coming to benefit from the national society, you will have a lot of integrity issues because they will first be seeking to feed their stomachs. And that we need to be very clear about. So let's separate between volunteering policies and guidelines and management and membership and the kind of membership that we deliberately want to attract. So that's one way to ensure that we don't play the same game over and over again. So integrity comes with us attracting people who have good quality, they want to bring back to the communities through the Red Cross, and they don't have time to have board meetings for 2 to 3 days just to benefit from per diems and being given all this, and they don't bring much to the national society. That said, we have 2 questions. The first one, thank you, our panelists, for the insightful presentations. Here is my question. How does localization impact accountability and transparency in humanitarian aid? This is by Matthias. There was a second one. Should we handle that? Okay, the second one is, when a national society loses some of its partners, what structures should be put in place to bring them back? I think that was initially one of the questions that we are answering. The first one, maybe you bring it, the first one back, then I'll ask for my partner who would like to pick this one. Localization. Yeah, Dr.
I think, I'll give my own example of the organization that I joined. CMMP was an international organization. I joined it in 2019. And it's an organization that was formed in the early 1900s, 1910, in New York. And I was reporting to the senior vice president for programs who lived in New York at that time. Oftentimes he had to take my word for it that what I tell him is going on is what is going on, because he came to Kenya maybe twice a year. And you can see, in terms of getting to know the communities, getting to know our work, it poses a particular problem. Today, we are a local organization. We went through the process of localizing, getting a local board that is from the different communities in Kenya and from different geographies. The local board has fiduciary responsibility, and those are my employers, because they own the organization. It's much easier for the chairman and for other members to travel to say, when I say that, we have built a cancer center in Kitui, it's working very well, for them to say, okay, on this day the board wants to visit Kitui, they can travel there. We have some work going on in Kisumu or in Siaya, they're able to travel and see the work, and that can become subject of board discussions. People have access to them, communities have access to them, staff have access to them. So just by having this governance structure and this kind of structure that is very localized with proximity to the board, proximity to stakeholders like our, the affected communities. I think the other thing is legitimacy. When you are a local organization, you're based there. You have local leadership, you have local governance. You don't have to fight for legitimacy. The third one is local and perhaps relatable, in the best case scenarios, relatable leadership that is approachable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, did you want to add anything? Any other question online or from the floor? Or comments as well? Yes. Here.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. Mine is just a comment in relation to the question that was asked. I don't remember the name, in terms of how local actors can make sure that they are more in compliance with the integrity issues. From my personal experience, is that as local actors, when an integrity happens within the organization, we should not put the problem under the carpet. That means there has to be a willingness from the leadership to ensure that the matter, first of all, is shared with the partners that you are working with. They should be made aware of what has happened. Number two, you need to conduct an investigation to establish the facts on what has happened. And of course, if during the course of investigation it has been established that yes, a wrongdoing has been done, then of course you need to make a decision based on your internal rules in relation to the national legislation as well. And by making the decisions, then here, of course, you are building trust and confidence among the partners that you are working with, but also sending a message to the staff or volunteers that you are working with that if any of the staff, volunteers or member commits a crime, of course, he will have to face the same consequence. Either is dismissed, suspended, or made to repay whatever he has taken back to the organization. And in most cases, if you are transparent and you share the information with the partners that you are working with, I think here the building of trust will continue to be there, because the leadership will have been seen as a leadership that is willing to look into issues that happen within the organization and that could cause a reputational issue, not only to the local actor, but to the people the partners that you are working with. So it is very important that we as leaders, we have to ensure that whenever issues happen, we really need to take a decisive action in terms of investigation. And of course, integrity is a very broad, area. We have talked about issues of breaches in terms of compliance with our statutory regulations. That is an integrity issue. We have issues of fraud and corruption. That is an integrity issue. We have issues of SGBV. These are integrity issues if they occur in the organization. And therefore, we should have people trained in all these areas so that if an issue happens, you have a pool of expertise within the organization to be able to address. And if you don't have, then of course you can still fall back to other national societies to be able to help you in resolving the issue. So these are just some few comments that I would like to make on that, and thank you.
Thank you very much. John is our Secretary General from South Sudan Red Cross. Thank you, and for the points that you've raised, establishing of fact and the work that you do in, and the issue also of whistleblower that works for real, and also ensuring that the actions that you take actually build confidence with also your partners, not just within the organization itself, but also outside the organization. Very, very useful. Yes, Dr. Alid.
Yeah, I really wanted to emphasize that point, because I think when I responded to the question raised by her, I only ended at indicating that we build confidence on the side, the confidence of the national society towards the donor community. But I really want to emphasize the fact that you must take those who were responsible accountable. The Secretary General of Uganda Red Cross Society, me as chair, had to engage a law firm. He was prosecuted as a Secretary General. The verdict was taken. He's in prison to date. He's in prison for now 5 years, but was reprimanded for 8 years in prison and also pay not less than $350,000 back to the National Society. So that is taking those people accountable. And he was not alone. Reprimanded up to 3 people, and they are in prison. So we must take those people accountable so that we can restore the donor confidence. I thought I could have that to re-emphasize this point.
And we can have examples that the action the National Society took, no one dares to do that again. Very well. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think people will doubt what you say, but they'll believe what you do. What you have done is a very good thing. It means you have a zero tolerance policy to fraud, unethical behavior. And the message, they have got it, and that's a good one. I hope other national societies will emulate. Yeah? That's the best way to do. So my question is, the biggest beneficiary of our interventions as national societies are our beneficiaries, part of which a bulk is the national government. But they are bigger. We are small. We are complementing their efforts. I only hope the integrity training, they can be able to zero in on it. So we have a common platform in serving our people. Because in program implementation activities, there are 2 aspects, very big ones. The first one is the programmatic aspect, which all of us, I think most of us in Africa, maybe other parts of the world, are doing very well on. The other one is the compliance, which is where this integrity aspect will come in, and that is the deal breaker. You might have done very well implementing, doing reports, the communities, but when it comes to compliance, which earlier on are 3 levels, the donors, the national government's laws and regulations, and as an national society, your own policies and procedures. That is where actually the devil, the rubber touches the road. So how do we get our biggest beneficiaries, the governments, to be in line with us as national societies when we are small and they are big, and we are complementing them and we are auxiliary to the government of our various countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question. I don't know who wants to take that, as we also have one from online. How do we ensure that harmful information does not tamper with our transparency and integrity, especially the way how our external stakeholders see our transparency and integrity? E.g., a false information has been circulated about food distribution in our community. For disaster via social media, which has 2 million viewers, and how many views people will see in response to the false information. I think this is key to consider in modern days, as harmful information might pose risk as how external see us. This is very interesting. It's about fake information, where today in social media, everyone is a reporter, and some of them have huge following. So if they give one slight information that is wrong, or it's not true, by the time we correct, it's already a huge fire that we have to put up. That's a very, very good question. And then, of course, your question about relating with government and influencing government to have integrity as well. That's a big one. Sometimes it's what we can control, it's within us, but outside of us, not sure. But we have those two questions. Then I would like us to close because our time is coming to an end in about 6 minutes. Thank you, Dr.
Let me just make an attempt to respond to his, and probably Dr. Kisha may handle the one on from the people online. How do we reduce the dual influence of the big beneficiary called government? I think it is, it takes time to build the confidence. But you can only build the confidence depending on the actions that they see you do. Remember, they want merit. Them as government, they always want merit. Actually, there is at times even competition. At times they want to distort you because some of the ministerial officials are also beneficiaries of the resources that you may be using. Because at times you compete for the grants, at times you compete for subvention from government. But what I would wish to say is that it is your actions that can defend you before the government. I want to use a simple example of Uganda Red Cross Society. During the time of COVID-19, the government decided, Parliament passed a certain vote to avail a lot of money to cater for provision of relief of some food items to people because there was a lockdown in the country. So people could not work. They didn't have food. Now, do you know that the people refused government food because it was going to be distributed by the police and the army? And they said, we don't want your food because we don't know that food is not going to reach us. Until Red Cross was at the forefront of the distribution. The people said, unless it is Uganda Red Cross Society at the forefront, then we can accept the food from government. There was also a collection of resources to generate, to pool the resources. There was a pooling of resources that could be used to provide that kind of relief. And the different institutions, corporate institutions, were ready to commit resources for that kind of cause. Government put up a directive that all the resources be collected by the office of the Prime Minister and only on the following accounts. And there were 3 corporate institutions, including Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Absa Bank, they said, we shall not give government money. We shall either not give you the money or you allow us give the money to Uganda Red Cross Society. Until government accepted, and that money went to Uganda Red Cross Society. So it's your action, is the way you do your things in society, that the society itself can be able to protect you against the government. I think that's how I can sum it up.
Yeah, very good, Dr. Alid. It's also sometimes is on the other way as well, because I remember Kenya Red Cross was given funding because the government recommended to the donor to say, this organization is what you want, we want you to work with. In some of the initiative, we got funding. So once we build good relationship with government, but also our integrity as an organization speaks to itself and gives us a platform. Dr. Kisia, over to you as also you give your final comments.
On that
as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think we are living in an age of information age, that we do not have control over, what is printed or said or shared in the social media about us and our organizations. In 2008, when there was post-election violence here in Kenya, I was seconded to a committee that had permanent secretaries. And one of the things that surprised me with these government bureaucrats is that they used to get very angry about false information and any information that went out. And I made the mistake of saying that you don't have control over information. And somebody just asked, who brought this guy from Red Cross here, to tell us? We are the government. Today, government knows, even government knows, they don't have control over. And they have joined the bandwidth. They're part of the social media, misinformation and disinformation. Many governments around the world. And so the point for organizations is to prepare themselves for ways in which to respond to what they consider emergencies or reputation-damaging information. And oftentimes the way to deal with it is in a straightforward manner. If a mistake has been made, admit the mistake has been made, take responsibility, and go ahead and correct it. It's not to become defensive about it, because the more defensive you become about it, the more people dig up. But I think there should be standard information that show stakeholders that this is the way of working, this is the way we attend to things, and if we find out that something was wrong, we will take action. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that, let's give a round of applause to ourselves and to our panelists, and we hand over to Aisha. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to panelists, Dr. Kisia, Dr. Khalid. It was very enriching. 3 things stood out for me: fit for purpose, ethical partnership, and reducing rigidity. So I think if there's anything that we can take away, that for me stands out. So maybe before we break for lunch, may I call upon our second Deputy Governor, Lal, to kindly hand over gifts to our panel speakers. They've done us well, haven't they? Setting the tone, setting the standard. All right.
Thank you very much. I'll take your advice.
Sorry. And in the spirit of transparency, just to tell you what's inside, we have a hot water bottle, a thank you card, and something else. Coffee. Oh yeah, Kenyan coffee. Thank you. Yes, yes. Yeah. And the coffee, by the way, is from our Boma Hospitality College, the entity owned by Kenya Red Cross. All right, so thank you very much, panelists, much appreciated. So we'll break for lunch. Just a few announcements. We've been asked about the washrooms. The washrooms are on the left side, my left side, your right side. So out that hall, so the ladies will be on the left and the gents would be on the right. We will proceed for lunch. Please make sure you have your card, your lunch card. That is your entry to get lunch. You don't carry your card, you don't get lunch. And we will go to Boma at Johari Restaurant, right, Monaheri? At Johari Restaurant, we'll have ushers that can guide you to where you can eat lunch. And then let's reconvene back here at 2 o'clock. All right? Thank you, and bon appetit.
Sit down. Thank you. So you see, when you're in the leadership position, you can very easily change and shape your behavior. You just follow what I told you. So this afternoon, it's my honor to lead this plenary conversation with a very esteemed leadership, let's say champions, and we'll be having around two hours talking about leadership and organizational culture, leading with integrity in a complex world. So it will be a carry on what we have built on this morning. So, as I said, my name is Sridhar Kakar, and I serve for the Swiss Red Cross in Switzerland as a senior advisor for risk and compliance. And as part of this role, we also have a collaboration team within the movement partner, also hoping to bring some expertise and support building, let's say, the prevention and integrity-related risk management to our national societies. As I said, I'm very delighted to introduce our panelists this afternoon. I'll start with Dr. Ahmed Idris, the Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross. And Dr. Idris holds an impressive area of academic qualifications, including PhD in International Law from Oxford University. And he has an extensive experience over 16 years working in law and policy and governance and disaster risk management laws across Kenya. Welcome, Dr. Idris. Then we have Aisha Abdallah. She's a partner at Africa Legal Network, where she heads a regional dispute resolution department. And she also has very substantial experience in complex, high-value, cross-border, let's say, disputes. And she's also qualified as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a solicitor of England and Wales. Welcome, Aisha. Then we have Lazare Granda, the Secretary General of Burkina Faso Red Cross. He's in this role since 2010 and holds a master's degree in information and communication science, and he has been leading many different initiatives and different kinds of services to the Burkina Faso Red Cross, as well as being part of the different movement-led initiatives. For example, when in Haiti, during Haiti outbreak, and then COVID as well, and many different disasters related to Burkina Faso and neighboring countries as well. So we welcome Lazare as well to this afternoon, and at the same time, I also request him to give us an opening speech. Thank you.
D'accord. Bonjour, mesdames, messieurs, et merci pour l'opportunité qui m'est offerte pour partager quelques informations avec vous en lien avec le thème donc de cette importante conférence. Passer de la parole aux actes, diriger avec intégrité dans une société nationale de la Croix-Rouge. Ça ne passe pas. Oui. Donc, voilà un peu comment la présentation va se faire. Donc, en guise d'introduction à cet important thème, je voudrais déjà rappeler un peu que notre monde, qui est en constante mutation, est marqué par la mondialisation et pas mal d'autres faits comme les incertitudes, les tensions, les pressions financières. Et en dessous de tout cela, nous avons les crises humanitaires qui sont persistantes et une perte de confiance envers les institutions. À partir du moment où le tableau est ainsi présenté, nous nous posons la question principale qui est le leadership éthique devient une question centrale en matière donc d'intégrité. Cela aussi exige une grande participation du mouvement de la Croix-Rouge, du Crescent, du fait que les décisions des dirigeants touchent directement à la question de la dignité humaine. Nous avons aussi, d'un autre côté, beaucoup d'attentes qui sont exprimées par les volontaires, par les citoyens, et de faire en sorte d'avoir plus de résultats et également une cohérence entre les discours et les actes. C'est de cela qu'il s'agit, et ici nous pouvons parler de véritable intégrité qui est mise à rude preuve par le contexte que je viens donc de vous présenter. Dès lors, une question essentielle se pose. Comment un dirigeant de la Croix-Rouge peut-il maintenir son intégrité et traduire ses engagements en actions concrètes dans un environnement complexe et exigeant? Nous allons essayer de répondre donc à cette question dans un premier temps en nous interrogeant sur l'intégrité en pratique dans le quotidien d'un dirigeant de la Croix-Rouge. Effectivement, diriger avec intégrité, c'est incarner un certain nombre de valeurs. Et le mouvement de la Croix-Rouge et du Croissant-Rouge a un certain nombre de valeurs et dans chaque décision, ces valeurs doivent être reflétées et être en action. Le dirigeant de la Croix-Rouge doit montrer par son comportement que les valeurs humanitaires ne sont pas que des slogans. Par moment, nous avons à l'affiche un certain nombre de slogans tels que tolérance contre la fraude et la corruption, mais cela ne doit pas être un slogan, mais des lignes de conduite réelles. C'est également à ce niveau que nous devons joindre la parole à l'acte. Faire en sorte que la cohérence entre la parole et les actes, la neutralité dans les choix stratégiques, la transparence dans la gestion et le respect des principes fondamentaux soit le compagnon de tous les jours de chaque dirigeant. Donc, le dirigeant doit être exemplaire en inspirant la confiance, en renforçant la motivation des volontaires et consolidant la réputation de l'organisation. L'intégrité, de ce point de vue, devient alors un pilier de l'efficacité. Elle crée un climat de confiance propice à la collaboration où chacun se sent respecté et responsable. Pour revenir au point 2, les dispositions personnelles du dirigeant. C'est vrai que nous avons évoqué dans ce premier aspect tout ce qui est nécessaire pour permettre à ce que nous puissions marcher au quotidien dans l'intégrité, mais il y a un certain nombre de valeurs intrinsèques que chaque dirigeant doit avoir pour pouvoir effectivement travailler dans le respect de l'intégrité. Donc l'intégrité institutionnelle repose d'abord sur les qualités morales et humaines du dirigeant. Dans un premier temps, la cohérence personnelle. Aligner ses décisions sur ses valeurs, même sous pression, parce que nous sommes dans une organisation où le travail est sous pression, et par moments, cette pression peut nous amener à être flexibles face à certaines situations, mais ce qui est important, c'est d'être en cohérence avec notre personne. Ensuite, l'humilité et l'écoute. Reconnaître ses limites, parce que nous ne sommes pas totalement parfaits, mais que Dieu seul qui est parfait, et l'être humain est 9 chez nous, comme on le dit, on n'est pas 10 sur 10. Donc, reconnaître ses limites et valoriser les contributions des autres. Ensuite, en troisième lieu, le courage et la résilience. En ce moment, le dirigeant doit oser agir selon sa conscience, même au risque de déplaire. Parce que si on veut plaire à tout le monde, finalement, on manque de personnalité et on peut passer à côté des propres principes que nous sommes imposés pour pouvoir travailler dans l'intégrité. Ensuite, en quatrième position, nous avons la discipline éthique. C'est de respecter les règles. Nous avons un certain ensemble de règles qui régissent le fonctionnement de nos différentes organisations, qui régissent le fonctionnement de nos différentes sociétés. Nous devons travailler à être respectueux de ces règles en tant que dirigeants. Rendre des comptes, corriger les erreurs et nos propres erreurs. Et en cinquième position, l'empathie et la bienveillance. C'est de comprendre la souffrance d'autrui et placer l'humain au centre des priorités. C'est ce qui est révélé dans le principe d'humanité de la Croix-Rouge et nous devons avoir ça comme un point important dans chaque démarche que nous menons et dans chaque décision que nous prenons. En troisième lieu, nous avons comparé l'intégrité en organisation. C'est-à-dire pour nous, l'intégrité rime avec organisation, rigueur et méthodologie. Si nous avons des compétences personnelles, nous avons un certain nombre de valeurs que nous poursuivons, nous devons également être bien organisés, être méthodiques et être rigoureux dans la manière de travailler. Donc l'intégrité ne peut pas s'improviser. Elle exige une organisation structurée, une rigueur dans la gestion et une méthodologie claire dans la prise de décision. L'organisation garantit effectivement la cohérence, les procédures internes, les politiques de transparence, systèmes de contrôle et de reddition de comptes. Ensuite, la rigueur, quant à elle, assure la crédibilité, application stricte des règles, la planification soignée et la constance dans les valeurs. Et enfin, la méthodologie traduit les valeurs en actions concrètes, ce qui nous permet de planifier, de suivre, évaluer et rendre compte. Nous continuons avec toujours le lien entre l'intégrité, l'organisation, la rigueur et la méthodologie. Ainsi, nous pouvons dire que l'intégrité devient mesurable et durable. On ne peut pas avoir de l'intégrité qui soit de façon globale et sur lesquelles nous n'avons pas d'indicateurs pour apporter effectivement les mesures nécessaires et voir comment nous pouvons améliorer notre démarche avec l'intégrité. Donc, le dirigeant montre par sa gestion que la Croix-Rouge est guidée à la fois par la compassion, la compétence et la responsabilité. Nous avons également fait un clin d'œil à la démarche organisationnelle. C'est une structure au service de l'intégrité. Pour une intégrité, que l'intégrité soit vécue à tous les niveaux, elle doit s'appuyer sur une démarche organisationnelle solide et participative. Dans un premier temps, avoir un cadre institutionnel fondé sur les valeurs, intégration des principes humanitaires dans les statuts du mouvement de la société nationale, prendre en compte les règlements et les politiques internes dans notre manière et notre relation avec l'intégrité. Et en deuxième position, avoir des mécanismes de gouvernance et de contrôle que nous-mêmes respectons, notamment la question donc des outils de régulier, avoir des comités d'éthique, règles de conformité et supervision indépendante. Et en troisième lieu, faire de la planification participative notre credo, c'est-à-dire faire en sorte d'associer les équipes, les volontaires et les partenaires à la définition des priorités et des critères de décision. Nous continuons en nous disant que la communication aussi est une part importante dans la gestion de l'intégrité au quotidien. Une communication transparente, c'est-à-dire s'informer, consulter et rendre compte pour renforcer la redevabilité. Aussi, le mécanisme de gestion des plaintes. Et cela est un aspect très important parce que ça fait une passerelle entre les dirigeants et les bénéficiaires et tous les détenteur d'intérêt de notre action humanitaire. En ce moment, le mécanisme de gestion des plaintes incarne complètement la responsabilité et la transparence du leadership. Il témoigne de la volonté de l'organisation d'écouter, de reconnaître ses erreurs et de renforcer la confiance du public. Et en sixième lieu, nous avons un suivi et une amélioration continue que nous devons toujours avoir à l'esprit. Donc, évaluer les pratiques, corriger les écarts et ajuster les procédures. Cela est une remise en question permanente de notre évolution, de notre manière de travailler et toujours s'interroger si on pouvait encore faire autrement pour améliorer notre relation avec la pratique de l'intégrité. Et finalement, nous avons évoqué tous ces aspects, mais cela ne se passe pas comme dans un fleuve tranquille. Il y a des dilemmes auxquels donc, les dirigeants sont confrontés. Les dilemmes éthiques et les conflits d'intérêts. Comment nous pouvons effectivement avoir une bonne relation et comment nous devons agir, comment nous devons nous décider. Même avec des principes clairs, le dirigeant fait face à des situations moralement complexes. Et tout dirigeant a toujours été, à un moment ou l'autre, confronté avec telle situation. Les dilemmes éthiques apparaissent lorsqu'il faut choisir entre deux valeurs légitimes. Par exemple, accepter un financement controversé pour sauver des vies ou le refuser pour préserver la cohérence morale. Ensuite, les conflits d'intérêts surgissent lorsque les intérêts personnels ou externes risquent d'influencer une décision institutionnelle. Ce sont des dilemmes auxquels nous sommes confrontés et dans ces cas, l'intégrité se manifeste par la lucidité de reconnaître le dilemme, la transparence de consulter et la responsabilité d'assumer ses choix. Ce n'est pas toujours facile, il y a des moments où il faut faire des choix, opérer des choix difficiles, mais il faut avec responsabilité opérer ces choix. Les mécanismes préventifs de gestion des plaintes et formation éthique permettent de préserver la confiance du public. L'intégrité ne consiste pas à éviter les dilemmes, mais à les affronter avec honnêteté et rigueur et courage. Et c'est cela aussi la responsabilité du dirigeant. En guise de conclusion, je voudrais juste dire que diriger avec intégrité dans une société nationale de la Croix-Rouge, c'est incarner les valeurs et rendre des comptes avec transparence. Savoir utiliser des sanctions positives, c'est-à-dire donner des fleurs et offrir des épines, toujours pour récompenser les bonnes pratiques, les mettre en exergue et travailler également à décourager les mauvaises pratiques tout en amenant les uns et les autres à reconnaître leurs propres faiblesses et voir comment chacun peut s'engager pour apporter une amélioration dans sa relation avec la pratique de l'intégrité. Et cela doit figurer en bonne place de la pratique de l'intégrité d'un leader. Enfin, pour les dirigeants des sociétés nationales, le mouvement de la Croix-Rouge et Croissant-Rouge regorge de références en matière d'intégrité comme les 7 principes fondamentaux qui s'imposent individuellement à chacun de nous, mais aussi collectivement. Les outils tels que les lignes directrices et les politiques sont à suffisance des sources pour une conduite des affaires humanitaires respectant les principes de l'intégrité. Donc, je m'arrête là juste pour introduire sur le thème par rapport à notre compréhension sur la pratique au quotidien de l'intégrité par un dirigeant d'une société nationale qui, comme je l'ai dit, appelle d'abord à un certain nombre de potentiels personnels, de qualité personnelle et également l'interaction entre l'individu et son environnement, l'interaction entre l'individu et les outils et s'imposer des principes pour travailler effectivement au quotidien à impacter son environnement et faire en sorte que chacun puisse accompagner la marche effectivement vers le respect de l'intégrité. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Lazar, for your opening remark and presentation. As we have highlighted, this discussion is about how leadership integrity shapes organization culture, especially organizations like us, Red Cross, Red Crescent, that operate in very complex and often high-pressure humanitarian contexts. So in these panel discussions this afternoon, we aim to explore what leading with integrity truly means in practice, how organizational culture can either enable or undermine ethical leadership, and what leadership can do to sustain trust and transparency in times of crisis or rapidly changing our context. So the conversation is not only about values, but how values translate into real decisions, behaviors, systems that define how we serve our communities with trust, dignity, humanity, and accountability. So with this, I would like to start the conversations with our panelists here. I will start with Dr. Idris. Dr. Idris, I'd like to hear your, let's say, reflections, what leading with integrity means to you.
That was a trick question. Another way of telling you to define a word that is difficult to define. So on my end, I think an everyday, and we're talking about an everyday engagement. So Mazar talks about the idea that integrity has to be an everyday practice. It doesn't need to go to a legal definition, it doesn't need to go to a dictionary definition. It's just how we understand integrity. And for me, that is doing the right thing. At the end of the day, it's the ability to know what needs to be done and ensuring that we go through and achieve that. Integrity for me is a process issue as much as an outcome issue. It's a process issue in the sense of the mechanism for how to achieve a matter has already been set up or been put in place, and this could be through defined policies, defined procedures, defined goals. Following those procedures, the rules, the process itself, that is integrity. Then there's the integrity of outcome, the outcome itself being the right thing. The work that we do in the humanitarian setup, we have a way of justifying many times to say, as long as we achieve the ends, as long as we achieve the end of delivering humanitarian assistance, reaching the beneficiaries, then everything else should be okay. And that is what I try to struggle with every day. There's so much about doing the right thing in the process itself, even when the outcome is designed in a specific way. So you may do everything wrong and the outcome is right. It doesn't still have to constitute the correct definition of integrity. From a leadership perspective, I will define it from three perspectives. One is ensuring that you show the way, and that is continuously having a conversation with colleagues in the organizations about what the right way is, what the way ought to be. And that is the ability for us as leaders to familiarize ourselves with what the set standards are. If you do not know what the set standards are, if you're not aware of what the procedures are, then it's very difficult to show the way. And then the second part of it is to know the way, and that's the part that most of us struggle with. It's the ability that for every set of outcome or process or activity we engage in institutions from a leadership perspective, we have the knowledge of the right and wrong. We have the knowledge of what is to be done and what is not to be done. And if you don't have that knowledge, it's having people around you to support you in leadership, to remind you consistently around knowing what the right way is. So once you show the way, starting with knowing the way, you show the way, and then actually walking the way. So we've had a challenge that people in authority, we are very good at defining what is the right thing to be done, how it is to be done, and then we walk the other way completely. And that's where the struggle is. So generally that would be for me a very basic definition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put the same questions to Aisha as well.
Thank you. So, being a lawyer, I will actually answer the question I wish you asked me instead, which I think is important. I think the first question for me is, why are we in this room discussing this? Because I think if we don't answer the why, you won't pay attention to the what and the how. And for me, the why is really important because I know we throw these terms around a lot: integrity, culture, values. Every organization has its own DNA, its own set of values and culture, and they're not necessarily translatable. So if I join my law firm from somewhere else, which I did do, I moved from the UK, it doesn't mean I automatically imbibe the values and cultures of the law firm I'm currently at. There's a process of induction, there's a process of learning, and for some of us, it is easier than others. Maybe for some of us, if we join younger, we can be inculcated. For others, it's less easy. So I don't want to pretend to you that everyone in this room, when I say integrity, ethics, values, we're all on the same page. I think one thing I learned from trying to follow what Mr. Lazar was saying is that culturally, ethics means different things to different people. And I'll give you a simple example: gift giving. We in Africa have a big culture of giving gifts, and it is actually part of how we form decent, sustainable, warm relations. And yet in another culture, that gift giving can be misconstrued as an attempt to influence and improperly. So let us not pretend that these terms mean the same thing. These terms must be adapted to local context. And that's why this conversation is important, not because it is easy, but because it is only by what Dr. Idris said. We must continuously engage and understand where are these points that we throw around, above a certain limit, you can't give this gift, or you can't take somebody out, or you can't do this activity with them, which seems to some eyes very innocent, but in others can get you in trouble. Why? Why is this important? It's important because we are handling money that has been given to us for a particular purpose. We would say that we are facilitating the achievement of that purpose by, for example, giving some gifts or forming good relationships. Somebody else might say, no, that was not the intended purpose that those funds were allocated. So I think the first thing to say is that it's an important conversation because it is difficult. Because we all start at the beginning saying we are all people of integrity. And then I think if it was easy, we should all just step out and walk out of the room and have coffee, because then we shouldn't be talking about it. Actually, we continue to talk about it because the point is it's really, really hard. How do you operate in an environment that actually does not cater for and facilitate, this strict compliance, and yet you must have some meaningful objectives and targets? For me, why it's important for us to continue to discuss these issues, even though they're difficult, in my organization, it's a key way for us to attract and retain good talent. We only want to attract a certain type of lawyer. And I like what Dr. Idris said. There's a difference between process and outcome. When I am talking to my associates and my lawyers, I'm not that worried about the outcome of a case. We win and lose cases every day. Sometimes we win a case that we shouldn't have won. As long as we didn't bribe for that, I'm okay. It sometimes happens. And sometimes we lose a case we should have won, actually. As long as we complied with the right process to that outcome, I'm actually okay with it. I think a fixation with outcome is potentially very dangerous. So when I am recruiting, I'm very open about the type of person I'm looking for who is likely to enjoy the environment that we provide. Our environment is not conducive for certain types of people. And for example, we bring this out in psychometrics. There are certain people, they are brilliant lawyers, we can never work together. We can never work together, not because they can't achieve an objective, maybe they can do it better than me. Fundamentally, we are not the same in terms of culture and values. And my own belief is there are certain things you can't teach. If you didn't learn honesty, at home, I'm very unlikely to teach you this as a graduate, honestly. There's a limit to what my training can do, because certain things are much more basic and fundamental. The other reason I think, for me at least, we discuss this a lot in our law firm, is because we're trying to create a sustainable law firm. Not a successful law firm, not the biggest law firm in the world, a sustainable one. So I tell my associates, it's my 25th year of practice. I go to sleep, I don't have nightmares, no one is able to blackmail me. I have a sustainable career. It may not be the flashiest career. I really hope it is not. It's definitely not the flashiest. It's not the one that makes the most money. It is the one I am able comfortably to go to sleep knowing I can sustain this legacy. So I think if we're talking about sustainability, how are you going to be here in the next 10 years? What are you going to be talking about? Part of sustainability is doing things the right way so that you can protect your legacy and reputation. And so for me, the why, it's really important, and I hope that we will continue to unpack why. And why for me is not the same as why maybe for Dr. Idris. I suspect some of it is the same: sustainability, attracting and retaining the right type of talent, and sending all those other people away that you don't want in your organization. But also why will differ. And it's good maybe if we articulate it. So in a lawyerly way, that is my answer.
May I ask a question on a point? I'm the moderator also now.
Thank you, please.
Because I think there's an important point that Aisha raised. When you talk about a shared culture, I think globally we've had a conversation in the last 60 years that every time we get staff to implement a standard, we say we are relative, we are different from you, and we've seen it in the human rights world. I think we've had over 60 years of conversation of saying that your standards of human rights and my standards of human rights are different. Are we opening up a conversation that we have our standards of integrity and your standards of integrity, for example, between the East and the West? And also, when we argue that organizational culture differs, is there a point that we can say it doesn't matter which organization, there is a common platform around what is right, what is ethical, in your view?
So the answer, as all lawyers will tell you, it depends. It depends, my friend. So the first thing is that at a basic level, wherever you operate in the world, you must not breach the law. And if you breach the law, you'll be talking to somebody like me. It will be very painful and costly. So the first thing I say to people who tell me, oh my gosh, compliance is so expensive, I'm like, oh my gosh, try non-compliance. It's much more expensive and unbudgeted for. So the first thing is, basically at a minimum, let us not breach the criminal law, the contract law, the civil law, because this creates unnecessary challenges for your organization. But quite frankly, I'm not interested in hiring a lawyer whose ultimate, if I ask them, why should I hire you? They say, oh, I'm not going to breach the criminal law. I mean, I'm like, well, I wasn't really expecting you to, but now that you've mentioned it, this sounds like a very low standard. That is a bare minimum across the world. On top of that, we layer extra obligations. For me, I think ethics is not complying with the law. I think ethics is a much higher standard. It's like when we talk in law about fairness and justice, it doesn't mean you've won or you've won this. It's something deeper to us. And that is where I think culture and nuance is important. Because my own view of ethics is informed. It's informed by how I grew up, primarily from the upbringing of my parents and my family. And also in Africa, we're not raised in a nuclear family, we're raised in an extended family. So a lot of my own view of what is right, which is different to the law, you could be complying with the law, and according to me, you are still behaving unethically, because you're taking advantage of somebody who is foolish enough not to realize it. That for me is unethical. And I don't want to work with people who do that, because I feel like working with people who do that means my work is not very pleasant, and I don't think we're going to stay together long-term enough to deliver what we want. So I think this is part of why this is so hard, because even as a lawyer, yes, as a lawyer I can say, you can do this, this is not, this is allowed in law. allowed in law and ethical, for me, are very different. Very different things.
No question this time. So just to continue from a point, and I want to understand. There are three issues that we have to carry forward from a leadership perspective and building institutional culture. And that's the point that Aisha raises. The first one is, in a world of similarity and differences, leaders have an obligation to establish a certain acceptable standard that is common across. I think that is one of the first obligations of building institutional culture. The leadership culture starts with you. And that helps in defining so that there is no ambiguity at the institutional level on what is relative. I think the general human spirit, the general human civilization, we can say that we are so different, but yet we have an agreed understanding of what is a shared common standard of right and wrong. And so for me, from a leadership culture perspective, the first obligation of people in leadership, whether it's secretary generals, whether it is chairmen of boards, is to help in defining what that acceptable agreed standard of behavior is for the institution. And it is adopted from what is commonly shared at a global level. It cannot be given a justification for relativity based on what is perceived as local practices. My father has consistently reminded us that even the worst human beings have a shared understanding of what is right and what is wrong. And even when you're breaching it, deep down in your heart, you know what you're doing is wrong. So that's for me the first obligation. But the second one that Aisha also raises is an institutional culture around accountability, around integrity and ethics cannot float in the unknown. It has to be defined and documented. And this is where the policy architecture of institutions comes in, the procedures, protocols, rules of institutions. You have to engage across the community of practice to define for your institution what the right policy and procedure will look like, what the right defined standard will be. And for that defined standard to be set and to be known for everyone across, so that we do not give room for creativity first and foremost, because you know the human creativity is always creativity towards running away from a regulated system. It is creativity on living back in the era of jungle. For those of us who studied the history of civilization and politics, you'll be told, man one day woke up and decided, I want to organize myself. The natural instinct of the human being is to remain disorganized. So to fight that, we have to define the rules appropriately and everyone to be known. And finally, the point that also Aisha raises, institutional culture is about having the conversation, where there is a risk that we are defining rules differently. Where that risk exists, it is you as the CEO, is you as the president to put it on the table and have a frank conversation about it. If our standards of gift giving and gift receiving creates a risk for confusion on what the right standard is, you have an obligation to put that discussion on the table, to have a conversation to say, how do we define our standard? What is the right thing? What are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to adopt a rule wholesale, or we are trying to achieve a particular outcome, and how do we do it? So for me, the point is, as we struggle to define integrity, it is a process of continuous conversation. But that conversation has to be honest. It has to be based on a shared standard globally, and that, I hope, will be a good way of moving to the next question now, to give you your role as the moderator. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Idris. Now, we will be coming to walking to talk, but I just wanted to let Esty Lajar, whether he wants to compliment something on this topic.
Sorry, was that addressed at me? Because she was telling me something about my mic. Did you ask me something?
I was asking Esty Lazar whether he had something to compliment. If not, we will move on to the next question. Okay. Maybe something practical. integrity can sometimes be tested and breached, whether through lapses, mistakes, or systemic weaknesses. So I'm asking these questions to, I would say, as Secretary General Dr. Idris and Secretary General Lazar, how, from your experience, how can leaders rebuild trust and strengthen a culture of integrity when it's been challenged? I'll start with you, Dr. Idris. Thank you.
Let's start by accepting that building trust takes a long time. Breaking it is the shortest thing you can do. I think one of the reasons why we ought to invest consistently with guarding that we do not breach trust is because of that. It takes 1 second to completely lose it and a lifetime to build it. And I hope we will remember that consistently. So people are human beings for right reason, for wrong reason, for no reason at all. As my law teacher used to say, you may end up breaching an expected standard. And I want to just speak it from a leadership perspective. I don't want to talk about mistakes or errors from our colleagues who work under us as CEOs or Secretary Generals or Presidents. First and foremost, you will make a mistake. That one, I think we are all sure of it. There are 3 blind spots that as leaders we fall to, which helps us or does not help us come out of it. We mistake leadership and authority, and we use it interchangeably. And what do I mean? Many of us get confused that because we're in positions of leadership, the authority that is conferred on us there is no expectation that we will explain ourselves. That's the first mistake we make. And as long as we are on the path that we feel we cannot explain ourselves to our juniors, to our colleagues, to our boards, to our community, that's the first blind spot, and is the first blind spot of never being able to recover from a breach of trust. And by the way, even as I preach this, I struggle with it every day. There are many times I get a question from my colleagues to say, why did you do this? And I go deep and try to justify and say, I am too busy dealing with bigger problems to explain myself to you. And I think all of you who are in positions of leadership, you feel that moment. The moment when the day has been long, too many issues on the table, and you feel, I don't need to explain yourself. Now, that I don't need to explain yourself is the first problem. Accountability is not an authority issue. Accountability is a leadership question. And that leadership question requires the ability to accept that you can explain yourselves downwards, you can explain yourselves upwards to people in authority, and you can explain to yourselves to your peers at that level. The culture of talking about your decisions, the culture of explaining to your colleagues why certain course of action was taken, that's the first tool for building, rebuilding when mistakes are made. The second one is we have an obsession with reputation for the right reason. The negative obsession with reputation is we will protect reputation at all costs. We will protect reputation at all costs, including the cost of not appearing accountable is not an option. We will make mistakes as institutions, we will blunder, we will breach an expected standard from us. The ability to say, I am going to take a risk and explain myself, and finding a balance between the core objective of protecting the reputation of the institution while at the same time explaining yourselves to your beneficiaries, to your donors, that is the second one, blind spot that we have. Remember the one who said in the morning, that reputation is a shared reputation.
And all of us risk as leaders to sit in our corners to say, if the IFRC find out this happened, I'm likely to lose the donor. And we sit on the information, we cover it, and it grows up to become a monster that at the end of the day, when it comes out, you know, it's difficult to manage. So that's the second blind spot. But the final blind spot is your day-to-day work is very problematic as leaders. I'll tell you what my father said a few weeks ago. He said, how's work? He's reading the newspaper. I walk in, I say, Assalamu alaikum. He says, good. How is work? And then he say, full of problems. He's a 78-year-old retired gentleman who spent 45 years in public service. He flipped the next page of the newspaper and he said, all you need to do is start by the problems that you caused yourself and address those ones. The rest, it needs to sort itself out. And I just thought about it to say the blind spot of us leaders is to first worry about the problems that we cause, the ones that we have control over. And the ones that we make mistakes on, if we address them, if we are apologetic about it, there's the culture that everybody below you will take up the problems that they cause. As long as we create a culture in which being honest about making mistakes is punished, then we will have a culture of burying. And the first one, as I said, start accepting your own mistakes, addressing them, and your colleagues downwards will also be able to do the same. Thank you.
S.A. Lazar, would you like to compliment there something?
Oui, merci bien pour me donner la parole. Je pense que la question que je me posais, c'était de savoir si on était seul sur la Terre, un seul individu sur la Terre, est-ce qu'on allait parler d'intégrité? Je pense que ce n'était pas du tout peut-être évident. Mais on parle d'intégrité parce que nous sommes dans un monde, nous avons des semblables et nous devons interagir. Et c'est dans cette interaction que nous devons nous imposer un certain nombre de lignes de conduite. Et comme je l'ai dit en introduction, malgré toute la bonne volonté du dirigeant, il arrive que nous soyons face à des dilemmes. Et le choix n'est pas toujours assez aisé. Ce qui est important, c'est comment nous garantissons le maximum d'éléments pour que la réputation de l'organisation et notre propre réputation soient effectivement sauvegardées. Parce que je prends le dirigeant comme étant le gardien de la réputation de l'organisation. On ne peut pas atteindre cela tant que nous-mêmes, nous ne sommes pas assez regardants et nous imposant des principes pour que notre propre réputation puisse effectivement impacter la réputation de l'organisation. Mais quand il arrive qu'il y a des erreurs que le dirigeant a eu à commettre, comment est-ce qu'il faut effectivement faire pour que la confiance puisse demeurer intacte? Je pense que la confiance aussi est une question de culture. Cultiver la confiance avec ses partenaires, cultiver la confiance avec ses collègues, ses collaborateurs, je pense, est une étape très importante dans la vie d'un dirigeant. Cela voudrait que nous fassions en sorte d'être celui-là qui travaille en équipe, celui-là qui prend des décisions avec beaucoup de concertation, de sorte que quand on prend la décision, eh bien, c'est en fonction des éléments d'appréciation qu'on a à l'instant T. Et s'il s'avérait que cette décision n'était pas la bonne, je pense qu'on n'a pas été seul à prendre la décision puisqu'on a pris le soin de dialoguer, on a pris le soin de se concerter avec ses collaborateurs et donc ça devient à quelque part aussi peut-être une erreur collégiale. Et il faut reconnaître ces erreurs, individuellement prises comme collectivement. Et je pense que le plus important ici, c'est comment nous nous assumons face à nos erreurs et comment nous pouvons rebondir lorsque nous savons qu'il y a une erreur qui est commise et que nous devrons reprendre une voie. et amenant tout le monde à demeurer dans la confiance pour que nous explorions la nouvelle façon de faire. Donc, de mon point de vue, oui, il y a des dilemmes auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Il y a des erreurs parce que nous sommes des humains. Et je l'ai dit en introduction, et l'être humain est neuf chez nous, comme on le dit. Nous ne sommes pas 10 sur 10. Et à partir de cet instant, c'est de faire en sorte que nos erreurs soient des tremplins pour l'amélioration de la manière de travailler et de pratiquer l'intégrité. Donc, juste ce commentaire pour compléter ce que Idriss et Aïcha venaient de dire. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Maybe, Aisha, you have something to contribute from your perspective?
So, just speaking as somebody who advises people who are already in trouble, my perspective is quite different. My own view is that it takes a very long time for someone to seek external legal advice. And normally my first issue is that they've come very late. Actually, what we say is it is not the mistake, it is the cover-up that is usually much harder to fix. And it is the cover-up that leads to many legal and reputational issues. It's not the mistake itself. So the first is that there is significant delay, even I must say at a leadership level, in making the decision to bring in external support. I think that there is a misunderstanding that lawyers might go and report on you. Actually, we're the only professionals in Kenya who are prevented by law in reporting on our clients because we're the only people who have something called legal privilege. All other professionals can and often do have a duty to report on misconduct. So, for example, your external auditor is supposed to. So this is important to bear in mind because by the time they are coming to consult me, there are many other people who already have that information who could actually be compelled to disclose it against your interests. So I think the first thing I'd say about rebuilding trust is first seek advice. And the reason I think it's important to seek it externally is because I'm not in your organization, I'm not employed by anyone, and I normally have a much more objective stance. So you will tell me your version of events, and I will take it with a large pinch of salt because I know you are portraying it to me in a certain way because that's how you want me to see it. But because I'm outside your organization, I have the ability to step back and ask myself, does this really make sense? Is this an isolated incident? Is it the first time this is really supposed to have happened? Or is it likely that it's the first time it's now, for example, in the public domain, and that is why they're seeking advice? So seek advice early, try and get objective, independent advice that you can rely on from somebody who's not going to be allowed to report on you. And then I think it's also, I think often there's a misunderstanding of the true cause of the problem. So usually they come and they present me with the culprit. It is this rogue individual who got us into this situation. And I must step back and say that rogue individual normally reports through multiple layers of management and has an enabling framework. You know, other people signed their, I don't know, per diem slips. Some people authorize certain things. It is very rare. In my own experience, I've never found one rogue individual operating in an otherwise 99.9% ethical organization. It doesn't work that way. You know, people don't just wake up one day and decide to make up fictitious receipts. They have seen something that has essentially encouraged them to assume that for certain things, we're going to look the other way. And by we, it's we. It's we. There are other players. There's financial controls who are compromised, and there's a system. So I think the first thing I usually ask myself is why? Why did this happen? And why is a much more complex thing than what happened. What happened, we usually know. You know, 1 million shillings was stolen and cannot be accounted for. But why? So normally when you get to why, you understand, for example, somebody was told, we are going to appraise you at the end of the year on this outcome. right? And if this outcome is achieved, you're going to get X bonus, you're going to get a promotion, there'll be something in it for you. And then we incentivize certain behavior. Then we wonder, oh my goodness, that outcome was achieved. I wonder how. So we also have to look at causation much more deeply, because causation is usually linked to how we're incentivizing staff behavior and whether the appraisal metrics are consistent with what we say is our values. And often in my view, they are very inconsistent. So we set high targets in certain areas, and then we say, oh my God, always be compliant and ethical, whatever that means. So we don't understand necessarily the underlying cause, and we may then take a cosmetic fix. So that rogue individual is fired, isn't it? And we're all warned. You saw what happened to Aisha? Don't be like Aisha. But what we haven't done, Aisha was assisted and facilitated by other members. Why would you single out one person? Because that is not going to solve the problem. We're just going to get more creative. My own view, I really laugh when I go to anti-corruption seminars in places like London, and then they tell me that our fix is to insist on receipts. Receipts for expenses. I really laugh because I say, oh my goodness, do you not know in Kenya there's a whole industry in River Road that purely create fake receipts? I've seen them. My clients have shown them to me. There's like a whole box. These are fake receipts for a marketing campaign we never launched. We had to have receipts to show KRA, isn't it? So some of these solutions and controls that you think will work, it is a misunderstanding of the true cause. My own view, and this is what I tell people who work for me, if you are ethical, Dr. Idris, I don't need to show you my policy. It is not that I am making him ethical. You know, I'm not going to make him ethical with my policy. He either is inclined in a certain way or he's not inclined. And my policies probably are just guidelines. You know, like there's a basic human personality, and I put some guardrails. If I get the wrong personality, my guardrails are useless. And if I get the right personality, honestly, somebody like me, I've worked in Kenya, I've worked outside of Kenya. If you have a policy, you don't have a policy, doesn't mean I'm going to steal your money. Oh, they don't have a policy, let me steal Dr. Idris's money. No, why? It's not about him, it's about me. So have you not walked into JKIA and seen that wonderful sign that says this is an anti-corruption zone and laughed internally? Ha 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 ha. This is full of corruption. This is the place of corruption. In fact, when I walk into buildings that say that, they have identified to me as a Kenyan, oh, they're open to corruption. Why else would you put such a big sign? Why else would you put such a big sign? It is because you are telling me you have to talk to the right person, you have to pay the right amount to get around this sign. Okay? So, look, what does it mean to rebuild trust? You can't do it if you're not interested in the true cause. And many people who consult me, they actually don't want to know the true cause, because the true cause is deep, it requires a lot of time, and it requires a lot of effort. I had a client who came to me, and the first question they said, we want to know, our external auditor is asking some very uncomfortable questions. We want you to tell us as our lawyer, what is our legal obligation to answer those questions? So, most lawyers in Kenya, they would have answered the question and a fee. I said, no, I'm not even answering your question. I want to know why you're asking such a weird question. It's a very weird question to ask me. What is my legal obligation? I said, are these the auditors you appointed? Yes, we appointed them. Do you like them? We used to, but not anymore. I said, what have they done to you to make you run to me for defense? They said they started looking at historical transactions, which were outside the scope of the audit. The audit was for last financial year, and they dug up some things we did 5 years ago. And we don't want to answer. Tell us. So I said, oh, my friend, your problems are deeper than your auditor. First of all, I told them they wanted to fire the auditor. I had to stop them. Firing your auditor is the first sign. When we read in Business Daily, Dr. Idris has fired PwC. We know that it is
Dr.
because
Idris
they
has
found...
not fired the auditor.
You cannot fire your auditor, okay? So what can we do with that auditor? We want the team replaced. I said, no. first of all, explain to me these 5 years, these things you are saying are historical. What actually happened? Oh, you know, a long time ago, there was a rogue employee called Aisha. Only one in the whole organization of hundreds, only one. And, you know, through many years, by the way, it was repeated fake transactions. Repeated. This one person. Oh, really? How are they posted? Oh, 2 people posted, 3 people approved. You know, I said, how come they were not picked up by your old auditor? They said, I know. We should not have replaced the old auditor. So, look, what I can say to you, if you want to rebuild trust, you should not come to me easily, because I'm going to tell you the truth, whether you want to know it or not. And my own experience is many people don't want to be told the truth, because the truth is painful, it is costly, and it takes time. And when I say cost, you think money. No, no. It takes a lot of hard work and effort to rebuild trust. And you can't do it by papering over, making some, I don't know, symbolic disciplinary, you know, hearings. That's not going to do it, guys. You're going to have to get deep, and then you're going to ask yourself some painful questions. When I told Aisha she has to sell 10 cars, 10, to get this wonderful bonus, and then I told her, but Aisha, you know we have a policy. Then I left her alone. I mean, she sold 20. You know what I mean? Like, she sold 20 of those cars, and they were somehow irregularly, you know, the sales were irregularly procured. You have to also ask yourself, how did you incentivize that staff? Did you incentivize them to follow? Is there a reward for following the rules? Usually in Kenya there isn't, and in the world there isn't. Mr. Trump will tell you, don't follow my rules, you follow my rules, it's up to me. Honestly, there usually isn't an incentive. Why? If we're saying values and culture are so important, why don't we have an incentive when you reveal some money has been lost? How come there isn't a bonus for that? No, there isn't. In fact, everyone looks at you very badly and moves you along to another department. That is the truth. So, rebuilding trust, very hard. And don't start scratching. Certainly don't come to me unless you really want to get beyond the surface. But once you scratch, you should be prepared to go the extent it requires. Because unfortunately, when you start scratching, you may find that you are even lucky to be alerted in this way, and there is something deeper. You know, I know we're very upset when we find this. We shouldn't be upset. Often this is a signal to us. We could, you know, pay attention, or we could obviously ignore it and go back to our old auditor, yeah? Yes.
Thank you, Aisha. So I'm just going to ask one more questions to the panelists, and then after I'll open the floor for the questions here in the audience and our audience on the virtual platform. So we talked about performance pressure, one thing. There may be pressure from above, pressure from horizontal, peers, etc., etc. So how can leadership help organizations balance these kinds of performance with ethical behavior? So I'll start with Dr. Idris.
Thank you. Just for clarification, we've not fired our auditors. That's number one. But maybe just to start off on the last point that Aisha made. We work in a system in which the donor standard of accountability is from a risk management perspective for them, not for the impact of the work that we're trying to achieve. And I think that's the main challenge in this sector that we are working in. So when I receive funding from one of the PNSs here, the Partner National Societies, the Partner National Society is interested in the standards of risk management as fiduciary to their back donors. So here we have a culture in which every institution is trying to protect itself, and no institution
is pushed in protecting what is the right thing. So if I was to say what is wrong with us as a movement, we are all focused on protecting our backs and we're not focused on doing the right thing. And that's the challenge that we have. And it encourages Aisha cover up. It encourages lack of disclosure. It encourages us nodding on standards that have been required of us for purposes of adopting a policy because the donor said they need to see this policy. And that does not incentivize having a relationship of accountability. That's one challenge. The second challenge is that when we build this conversation we're having around accountability, integrity, and ethics, it is a one-way discussion. It is a discussion from those who are giving to those who are receiving. Every day, I see my donors and their representatives engaged in extremely unethical conduct. Extremely unethical conduct. In fact, I see them breaching their own rules left, right, and center. They tell us we are going to be participatory. They define for us what is supposed to be done. They tell us we are going to respect a culture of true partnership, of mutual respect. They bring authoritarian absolutism to the table. They tell us we want a culture of full disclosure, and anything that is disclosed to them, they create a mountain out of it. So the problem that we have is an accountability challenge, it's an integrity challenge in which the standards, when we define them flexibly to fit specific mechanism. And as long as we have that, all of us will play to the tunes. You will tell me I need a view of, the other day I was told I should have a standard around full inclusivity. Full inclusivity, including on sexual preferences. And the representative of the donor delivering this message tells me, I know you have a challenge in your community in pushing for this one, but we need the policy to say so. What am I supposed to do? I will give you a policy that says exactly that. So we do not incentivize the same standards that we are talking about. In fact, we punish, if everything, through conversation. And by the way, as Kenya Red Cross, we have been victims consistently of asking questions. And you guys know we are not really liked for asking questions. And sometimes we hear words like, this is a difficult national society to deal with. I think many of you have heard those comments, this is a difficult national society to deal with. Simply because we are asking entities to have the same standards that they're asking of us. If they want us to respect them, they should respect us. If they want us to do the right thing, they should do the right thing. If they want us to reach beneficiaries and say reaching this beneficiary needs a level of accountability, I need the same level of accountability from them. If you tell me we need value for money in our projects, I need value for money on your side for the project. An example is, how ethical is it? I just give you an example, my brother. How ethical is it that a partner national society receives funding from a back donor, does not engage in a single item on implementation, but that PNS retains 20% for administration? How accountable is that? How ethical is it? So when you tell me the following question about, can we have good standards of accountability? No, I will have my own standards of accountability because I know you are not also accountable. Okay, if you are accountable, we will have had a fair discussion to say, you're the guys who are implementing this work, can I take 5% for the effort I put in, instead of taking 15% from me, the person who will have the obligation? If you are right, you will have told me the same officer who I am paying from the same project should be paid equal salary with your officers, but it never happens. Why? because the standards in Europe are slightly higher than the standards in Kenya. The officer of the project ought to be paid less than the officer who sits in the headquarters of a European country, whose only duty is to ask me how is the project coming along. So look, let's accept. If we want to build a culture of accountability here in this movement, it starts with us to stop this culture of prefecting. For those of you who went to public primary schools, you know the role of prefects. The role of the prefects used to be to remind us of what to do, and then they walk the other way. That's the first thing that we need to do. And secondly, to stop calling each other partners when we are not truly partners. As long as we have this business, I will do my own things hidden in a corner, you do your things hidden in a corner, and we meet in between and smile. That is where our problem is. Having said, now I can come back to your question on it. What was your question? Oh, yes, how to balance the pressure. How to balance the pressure of performance and ethical standard. Look, yeah, the role of leaders is to set KPIs. I think it's to set objectives and standards. My colleagues know I don't like KPIs completely. I dislike them for one simple reason. It creates a focus on ticking on boxes. And I'm not telling you to dislike them. I'm just saying I dislike them. And by the way, for me, I tell my colleagues every day, I'm not a good person. I know it. I've accepted a long time ago my shortcomings that I'm not a good person. So everything I share with you here is not me preaching that I'm a good person. I'm not at all. This is the thing with performance standards. Performance standards have to be realistic. They have to be realistic in the context in which you are defining. To tell a colleague to sell 10 cars in a context in which the inflation has reached a certain level, the market is depressed, and so on, doesn't make sense. Right now, the sector that we work in, we know fundraising is a problem. We know there's a huge cut in funding. When I tell my colleagues in the departments, I expect you to raise $10 million per program, when I know realistically well, the total aid has reduced by about 32% in the last couple of weeks, is not being realistic. So the first one is to engage in an exercise and judgment in realism, in performance and target setting. The second one is the ability to be able to define the difference between what is a material breach in terms of set standards and expectations, and what can be accepted to be a breach to be corrected. Now, if you respond to every mosquito bite, as it was said by one lawyer, with a hammer, you will have many broken bones. And the ability to know, I can accept this as long as this mistake was made in good faith, there was no ulterior motive, there was no intention to defraud, there was no collusion that is fraud. It is a mistake, and it shows every element of a mistake. The ability for the system to accept that with the necessary corrections, with the necessary feedback, that creates a safe environment for people to talk about their own failures. It will not create what Aisha was warning about, cover up and hiding. And so maybe that's the second practice. And the third one is, as I said, the ability for you to also be able to discuss with people who you work with below what your own failures are, what your own mistakes are, what your own performance challenges look like. From a leadership perspective, if we only expect that we judge downwards, we ask about performance standards downwards, but we do not disclose to people how yours own struggles with your own performance, it creates a culture of skewing numbers, skewing figures, shortcuts, and and many other accountability challenges. The easiest thing I will say is relax. Relax in the sense that you are working with colleagues, they are not working for you. It's not a private company, these are public institutions we are all leading. Maybe for colleagues who are in private practice, they own the company, so people are working for them. In our sector, people are working with you. And that requires us to have that conversation of collegiality. A few weeks ago, I was told by one of our colleagues, you are talking too much to the volunteers. You know, you are addressing the volunteers' issues too much. You are sitting down with them excessively. You are drinking too much tea with them. You are demystifying the position of the Secretary General. You are making it look like it's an everyday person can walk in and have a discussion with you. That's the worst attitude that you can have in public service. It's the most terrible attitude around ability for people to know that they are part of a team. They have their performance to do, you have yours, and at some point, all of us are contributing to the same journey. But as long as we make leadership about, I am the high and mighty, and you are the one who's doing all the things, and I'm the one asking all the performance questions and targets and so on, then you will have exactly what you have set up. You will have people who will be giving you feedback based on what you want to hear, including the wrong performance standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Idris. So I'm going to put the same questions to SC Lazar. A very brief, complimentary feedback from your side. Thank you.
J'avais juste des commentaires à la suite de ce que le docteur Idriss vient de dire. Je voudrais juste dire que la gestion de la performance, des compétences, est une partie très importante dans la gestion de l'intégrité au sein d'une organisation. Je voudrais souligner le fait que il y a une vision. Quand on est dans une organisation, l'organisation a sa vision, mais le dirigeant aussi doit avoir une vision qui permette de réaliser la vision de l'organisation. Trahir donc la vision de l'organisation est également un acte qui n'est pas intègre. Donc, dans cette vision, comment le dirigeant arrive à faire en sorte d'amener ses collaborateurs à ensemble contribuer à la réalisation de la vision donc de l'organisation, c'est là où effectivement ça demande beaucoup de compétences. Mais ce qui est important dans ce chemin donc pour la réalisation de cette vision, ça demande que le dirigeant lui-même puisse s'épargner les différents dilemmes. Je l'ai évoqué tantôt, il y a des dilemmes qui sont provoqués par le dirigeant lui-même. Donc, il faut éviter de provoquer des dilemmes, parce que quand on est face à des dilemmes, il est souvent difficile de faire machine arrière. Et c'est ce qui souvent amène certains à persévérer dans l'erreur, et c'est ce qui peut amener une grande perte de confiance avec les autres acteurs internes comme extérieurs. Et maintenant, ce qui est important de souligner, c'est que le dirigeant doit pouvoir prendre les bonnes décisions à temps, à chaque fois qu'un dilemme se présente à lui, même si c'est provoqué par lui-même, il doit éviter de continuer dans la compromission. Raison pour laquelle il est important d'éviter d'avoir des accointances en dehors de ce qui est professionnel. Quand on est dans une organisation et qu'on crée un club d'amis, on crée des gens avec lesquels on a tendance à toujours fomenter d'autres choses, eh bien, ça peut amener justement une scission interne et ça peut amener à penser qu'on est peut-être dans le domaine de la politique, alors que ici, ce qui est recherché, c'est la compétence au service du professionnalisme. Donc, de mon point de vue, c'est la relation et la manière de gérer les dilemmes qui peut nous amener effectivement à encourager la compétence au sein donc d'une organisation. Et de ce point de vue, je pense que la communication, elle est transversale, mais elle est très importante en matière donc de gestion des compétences et des performances. On ne peut pas être un dirigeant qui fait fi et économie de communication transparente et espérer être compris. Parce que dans tout ce qui se passe, c'est comment on se fait comprendre et qu'on amène les uns les autres à savoir que la direction prise est celle qui est respectueuse justement de la vision de l'organisation, mais également des procédures que l'organisation a eu à mettre en place pour nous permettre ensemble d'aller dans la réalisation de sa vision. Donc, de mon point de vue, la communication, elle est centrale à tous les niveaux pour permettre de mieux s'expliquer. Et quand on est dans cette erreur, quand ça arrive, il faut être courageux et de pouvoir reconnaître ses erreurs et voir comment on peut travailler à corriger pour qu'ensemble on puisse reprendre le bon chemin. Chez nous, on a l'habitude de dire que la personne qui a toujours demandé la direction ne va jamais se tromper. Et ça, je pense que dans toutes les cultures, ça se dit. Vous partez à quelque part, vous êtes perdu dans la brousse, mais si vous avez la possibilité de croiser quelqu'un, il ne faut pas avoir honte, il ne faut pas avoir en tout cas une rétention à poser la question pour avoir la bonne direction. Donc, je pense que le dirigeant, il dirige, c'est vrai, mais il a besoin aussi de l'apport des uns et des autres pour mieux diriger. Donc, voilà un peu ma petite contribution par rapport à cet aspect donc, de la réflexion. Merci bien.
Thank you, S.C. LaSalle. Aisha, just a short.
Thank you. As Dr. Idris was talking, it occurred to me that something I think that we're mixing up. Financial accounting does not equal ethics. I know very many. I have forensic accountants I work with. Okay, the discipline of accounting is simply to record some inputs and outputs. I think, Dr. Idris, that we can assist you if you need in accounting to your donors, because that is actually a different thing to behaving ethically. I think there is a focus there's a great degree of focus on accounting. I think you can account. I don't necessarily agree that because you have accounted for funds, you have behaved ethically. I think the question for me is, what is it you're interested in achieving? If you want to be people of integrity and values, then let us accept that it is a journey that we are on. We are hopefully heading in the right direction, most of us, but it's not something we'll ever be able to tick and say. We won't be able to account, yes, that is something I have achieved, and it is a broader conversation. It's wider, it's deeper, and it's harder. But if we're just saying you have to account, I mean, honestly, if you came to me, I'm always able to help my clients account for funds. Even if they've misplaced them, we put them back and then we account. So accounting is not the same as behaving ethically. And I think what we should actually be asking ourselves when we talk with our people is what does it mean in a country like Kenya to behave ethically? It will often mean that you lose certain work. I've lost work very happily because I'm not prepared to engage in certain behaviors. So let's be open and honest about what that means. It doesn't mean that you'll always be successful from a financial perspective. It is often going to mean you have to be very selective with your partners, which partners you want to work with. And I always tell my associates, I'm very happy to report to them that even thieves want an honest lawyer. So honest people want an honest lawyer, and thieves want an honest lawyer. So I honestly will never run out of work. However, I can be selective what type of work I want to do and who I want to partner with. And I choose that based on reputation. So if you've been foolish enough to do something for a short-term gain and you have impaired your reputation, I'm not going to want to be associated with you, because also it will damage my brand, which, by the way, I can't quantify and is meaningful and important for me in a way that just merely accounting is not. So I think we can have the accountants. They are not the gatekeepers for integrity. Gatekeepers for integrity is everyone in the organization from the top down, And in our organization, our tea lady can get us in as much trouble as a partner. So it's not a conversation that we only have at a certain level. We have it across the board. But what I try and do when I speak to people is explain why it's good for them to comply. Not for me, for them. Why is it good for them? Probably it means that if we safeguard funds, we're probably able to give better benefits to staff. Maybe we can have that Christmas party or retreat we've been postponing. It normally means we can expand and grow in a certain area if we're good at safeguarding and giving value for money. I need to explain to people why, not just to make me look good, but it's important for them to do something. So I think, I hope we're going to be able to give parting shots. I have a parting shot, but I'll just stop there, because I think that a lot of this conversation, I agree, has revolved around donor demands for accountability. But I wanted to have a conversation with you about what it means to lead with integrity. And I think, honestly, that is a different conversation that we are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the panelists. I would love to ask you more questions, but it would be unfair with all our audience here in person as well as online. So I'll open the floors first to our online participants. Do you have any questions that we can possibly project for our panelists? And if we are waiting for the online questions, then we can possibly take one questions now while we're preparing.
This is Eric, representing one of the PNSs, the American Red Cross. It's not a question, but I want to make a few comments. One is integrity has three faces. Integrity is doing the right thing, even when it's costly, when nobody is seeing you. Now, I want to separate integrity and a dollar sign. Having $1 and having $1 million does not change the definition of integrity. Having a World Bank as your funding or Global Fund as your donor does not change the definition of integrity. So integrity is a value. It grows to be a capacity by building capabilities around it. That is the systems, the processes, the controls to enable people who uphold that value of integrity to perform with integrity. Now, from there, it goes to a skill. A skill is a practice. A practice in the sense that I'll be called upon to make tough decisions under pressure with speed required, but also with some emotions. In the face of a disaster, I'm supposed to respond as fast as possible. There are emotions attached to it. I'm from Kenya, and when I sit in the DC and there's drought, I want the response team as fast as possible to sign that funding to go out. There is emotion in me. But then there is a call to say, you need to do some due diligence. So in the face of pressure, in the face of speed, in the face of emotion, you make decisions. You will make a number of wrong decisions. I promise you. Now, in the morning we were talking about you have ethical issues. How do you make up to the donor? It's how you report and how fast you report to the donor. The problem that has been over the years, I've had a privilege to work across Africa to many countries, Latin America, the Middle East, and the Caribbean, is how fast do you notify the donor, not even report, just notifying the donor that this and this happened. Instead of them finding it in the media or finding it in an external audit that will come 2, 3, 4 months later or after the end of the project, is how fast do you respond for you to save face and maintain those relationships. So I just wanted to say that integrity as it is, it's a call for us, and it's a value. And as leadership, mentioned in the morning, we're talking about localization. When the whole conversation of localization came around, there was an excitement among the local landscape, which was now the INGOs are out. It's time for us to do what? To implement. That comes with a responsibility. That comes with a risk. And I think that is where the leadership comes in. One writer will say that integrity in the face of leadership is what you reward. Now, reward may also mean being silent. So being silent or not pointing out these things, you're rewarding them. Not enhancing your policy is something else. I'll give you an example. I've been in countries that have been in this space for the longest, but they still have policies that were last updated 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And that is the policy you want to implement today. You have a policy when you had your revenue overall was $1 million. Now you have $20 million by the same policy. So that is where the leadership comes in. How do we build systems and processes that can enable, despite the volume increase in terms of transactions, people can still be people of integrity in that very system? So I just want to say and separate between the call for integrity and compliance. Those are two different things. Integrity and compliance, they're two different things. Now, please, it's not the donor asking you. It's not the government asking you. Integrity is the currency that funds trust. And trust saves lives. Work it backwards. It is the lives that you're saving that calls for you to be a person of integrity.
Okay, somebody has said, what do you call it, the ceiling for standing. So, permit me to register appreciation and gratitude to the panelists, Dr. Idris, Asha, and also our colleagues from Burkina Faso. I mean, I am very much happy with the doggedness and openness that you presented, you led in this discussion. Kende Abubakar is my name. I'm from National Society. The openness concerning our relationship. I mean, we are used to call operating national societies. For semantic reason, that was dropped. And we have partners. Main partners were PNSs. And I'm happy you bring in the issues of accountability or accounting and also the issue of ethical standards. So we're looking for a way to see that we're able to really join these key interventions together at the end of the day to come up very much with a strong integrity. So for me, I don't know, Dr. Idris and Asha, whether it's an appeal you are making or you are just pointing the understanding with the partners that we should avoid operating master-servant relationship, where we are expected to have certain policies and guidelines that we have to follow digitally, and where the others do not necessarily have to follow any guidelines and policies. Because it is quite confusing or misleading. In many situations whereby you are expected to behave in certain behavior, either ethically or through accounting and transparency, whereas the person that is supporting you to do this is behaving indifferent or differently. So I think it is important for us to understand, especially as a movement, that our greatest strength lies in the youngest, weakest volunteer we have in any given community. That's our strength. And I'm happy when Idris was talking about people thinking that he's sparing more time for volunteers as against the management team. The truth is that that's where our strength lies. If we are unable to persuade, to mobilize our volunteers to behave with utmost integrity and transparency and accountability, then it means we'll be nowhere. Any infringement at any bigger location in any periphery would affect not only the national society but the entire movement. So obviously it is important for us to ensure that the integrity of the movement is being properly a kind of propelled or guided at the remotest level. So for this reason, I feel it is important that those that are our benefactors or partners, I mean, whatever, I don't know, it just has the right word, which semantics we will use, should understand the need for us to also take into consideration or cognizance of the ethical standards that we operate on, especially at the periphery in the lower communities. Some of the key issues and challenges we have, many a times we give more emphasis into kinetic integrity as against non-kinetic integrity. But it's important to note that treating people as human is very critical, like my colleague mentioned now from American Red Cross. It is important that we are treating people humanly because of the incident, because of the necessity, because of the emergency needed to salvage their life and also the situation they're in. And of course, like Edith mentioned, we are not perfect people. We are not saints. There's every possibility that people will make certain abridgments or mistakes. But we need to also understand what kind of mistake have you made. Was it deliberate? Was it calculated misdeed? All these are the reasons, because like he said, there are some emotions that are attached to saving lives. So what I want to say is to further actually voice out the message given to us by these panelists, the three panelists, concerning taking into cognizance the ethical standards as well as accounting procedures. But accounting alone cannot give us the required integrity. Sometimes one wonders, okay, you are given support. I just want to just cite an example. To travel to Ethiopia from to Addis from Nairobi. Somebody bought your ticket. Not you didn't even buy the ticket. And then you went and traveled. Simply because maybe when you are collecting your check-in bag, the guy took the boarding pass or whatever you call it, the slip. And then you come back and they ask you, if you don't produce your personal pass, you have to refund the money. What kind of standard are we setting? In many instances, in many cases, we set standards that will make us able susceptible to integrity issues. We need to look at clearly the reasons, rationale, why certain standards should be set. Majority of our volunteers, in fact, the people in the remote areas, they are illiterate. We all know the rating of concerning education in our society, particularly in Africa. So, but because somebody has made a mistake in the signature he made for attendance list, different from the signature he made in collecting his incentives or whatever you call it, that were given. And they say, no, the local branch or division, whatever, should refund that money because those signatures do not tally. Even us at this level, with terminal degrees, with PhDs, how many times do we realize that our signatures are not consistent? So for me, it is very critical that we should really think about these issues and see how best we can be able to uphold the standard of integrity and credibility in our movement, with supporting each other. We have passed the colonial era. So the understanding among partners, national societies should be very clear and very important, so that we can actually be able to overcome and then gain or regain the trust that we have had previously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have those online questions, please? So the first one, the common integrity challenges that often arise in our national society, this is from the PMI Indonesia, are pressure in emergencies, in humanitarian emergencies. There is pressure to disperse aid rapidly, sometimes at the cost of improper documentation and checks. This becomes hard choice, speed over control and accuracy, and this leads to taking shortcuts and in the end will create problem of accountability. In certain extent also created situations the donor will not reimburse. It means the organizations will lose resources. The end audit will also be impacted, etc., etc. Is this common problem in other national society? Because one of RC mandate is to respond in emergency, and do you have any recommendation actions to this kind of situations? This is from Arif Elmiwan, PMI Indonesia. So anyone would like to compliment Dr. Idris? Yeah.
Thank you. I think maybe let me just start with the last question. And yes, for colleague from PMI, many of us national societies always struggle around emergencies and how to get the right set of documentation. So that's a common challenge. The issue that I have is most of the time we use emergencies as reasons and excuses for ensuring that we do not comply with any standard that is set. So the challenge I will have is when emergencies becomes a reason as opposed to when emergencies becomes an excuse for doing the wrong thing. And the point is, if you are hell-bent on doing the wrong thing, you will always find excuses, including the one on emergencies. And that, I think, has been a practice across. What most organizations have from a procedure perspective is a set of unique standards and procedures that apply to emergencies that are slightly more different. And when they're being developed, they're developed also with ensuring that we still have accountability even in the context of emergencies, meaning the systems for controls still have to be in place even during emergencies. So the issue is, my advice for colleague from the PMI is we just need to see the standards of what many other societies are doing around emergency periods, the procedures, the kind of controls they're put in place that makes you not sacrifice the need to deliver assistance rapidly, at the same time not facilitating or creating a system that has no controls and accountability. And this is actually a much wider topic that I wish we have an occasion to discuss as a movement. What are those practices? The second one, I feel I want to clarify some things, especially from the comments made by the SG Nigeria Red Cross. My message, and at least the way I understood the message from Aisha, is if you focus on financial accounting, compliance with financial standards, you can get away with many things. And I think that was the message. The message was not that it is not important. Financial accountability is a critical component of delivery of services, ensuring that the money you receive from donors is implemented in the right mechanism and that we ensure that it has reached the right beneficiaries. What we need to focus on are key messages. You are not doing for your donors, and that's the message that I think for me I was trying to put across. Because if you think you are trying to be a good person so that your donors think you're a good person, it may as well be what I was saying, that your donor is not even a good person. So that's the main message. I think you got the message wrong. What I was trying to say to you is you're not doing this for your donors. I think we have a system problem within the movement, and if we focus on that system problem, the system problem of I am being imposed on standards, the standards that are being asked are not being followed by the people asking, you will not have the right direction. What we are discussing, the higher level of integrity here is you do the right thing, not because your donor has asked or your donor is going to ask you or your donor is going to check your system, but it's simply because it's the right thing to do. It is the right thing not to steal from the poor. It is the right thing not to abuse your beneficiaries. It is the right thing not to misuse assets of the institution. The donor doesn't have to ask that. It's the right thing to protect individuals in your organization and societies who are more vulnerable than others. It doesn't need to be required by a donor. That was the message. The fight with PNSs is another fight altogether. It is not for this room. There is a place where it ought to be taken on it, and maybe I'm the one who was wrong to have introduced it. My message is we are not pushing for accountability, we are not pushing for integrity because our PNSs asked. We are not doing it because the back donors of our PNSs asked. It is very simple. It is the right thing to do. We are doing it for ourselves, and we must do. Finally, all these tools that we are talking about, by the way, Aisha and the finance team, every time we discuss about controls,
This Aisha. Yes, yes. This Aisha, when I'm trying to cover up, I'll go to her. I'm just joking. When we discuss the issues around controls with Aisha, the head of audit for the Kenya Red Cross, and Susan and George, who are in charge of finance, we consistently remind ourselves that controls are tools to achieve a specific outcome, which is to do the right thing. Compliance of any set procedure or rule, whether it is your own internal rule or it is the donor rule, is also a tool for helping you achieve the right thing. They are means to an end, they are not an end in itself. And there are many other practices that an organization ought to have towards leading you do the right thing. I give you an example. The culture of checking up on your staff, how they are doing itself, is a tool that eventually will help you do the right thing. Because if you don't have a discussion with your staff on whether they're happy, whether they feel safe, whether they feel the organization is, mistreating them, that itself is a tool. Presence, conversation. So there are many tools that an organization can deploy, leaders can deploy in an organization to help you achieve the right end. It is you, as SG, my brother from Nigeria, to consistently ask yourself, for this particular outcome that I seek, what are the tools that we need to deploy in the organization? What are the tools I need to deploy at a personal level as a leader in the society and to achieve that outcome? And finally, there are many things that are not written. What is the best way of achieving it? It's for us to have this conversation. The idea of this conference was to say, what can we do? There's an interesting topic that you're going to have a discussion with on, is it tomorrow, on safeguarding, or the last day. So safeguarding, as an example, all of us are struggling with what exactly we need to do. All of us are struggling with it. But if we don't accept that we are struggling with it, that we need to get the right answers to the questions, we're not going to go anywhere. So the issue, my brother, is the ability for us to speak openly, for one day for you to say, or for me to tell you, my brother SG, I'm trying to achieve this outcome, which helps us in our integrity standards, but I don't have the right tools for reaching there. So don't make accounting the one final tool. You remember how accountants were described, the profession itself. You know that, right? I always remind my colleagues in finance, accountants are profession of sadists. So it is not the best tool to help you achieve a good outcome. And yet it is one of the tools that you must use within the system. And the final comment, I think the colleague from one of the PNSs, at the point I agree fully with what you say. At the end of the day, the only point that I disagree with you on is if we keep thinking about the first thing that comes to mind is the donor, we lose the plot. The first thing that should come to mind is you as an organization, you asking yourself the question and being honest with yourself that we blundered, this we got it wrong, this we messed it, this we breached our own rules. It is only after that that maybe you can start thinking now around your partners, around your colleagues, and how to do full disclosure on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Altis. So I think I'll move on to the next question. I think it's addressed to Aisha. So Aisha talked about the cost of compliance, but do you think that being able to demonstrate integrity in an evidence-based way can be a competitive advantage and can create opportunities when dealing with potential funding partners? Compliance as a way of building as well as protecting value. So this is one of our colleagues from Australian Red Cross, Lee Flanagan. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. The short answer is yes, you're right. This can be one of what we call, your USPs, your unique selling point. My USP is, I'll tell you the truth even if you don't want it. Then you have to decide if you want that USP or not. But essentially what I said, everyone wants, when they're in trouble, they actually want to be told by somebody who's fairly independent and objective, like, this is the situation, you could navigate it this way. So I think all of us, regardless of our personal integrity, we actually value integrity. I think the less you have it, the more you value it. And the more you have it, the more you take it for granted and think everyone is like you. So we all value integrity. It is, you can't quantify the value it has in your own personal career and in your organization. But I think, I know in our organization, we definitely identify people we consider, we call them culture carriers. The people, regardless of their position, who every day demonstrate what we say. The rest of us, we say it, and then these people, they walk the walk. Those people definitely, they give value, and they do attract good partners and donors. So Lee, it's absolutely true. If you can document it, that's one way. I think not everything that is linked to integrity can be documented, because for example, I can't tell you how many clients haven't come to me because of a particular stance I take or a value. I might be able to guess, I may not be able to document it, but I know I've lost work. I know this for sure. So I think, yes, it is a unique selling point. It could be a strength for you. And we should, I agree, we should frame it more positively as something that enhances our value in a way that, the reason I'm avoiding the evidence base is because it still seems to take us back to this issue of accounting. And I'm really trying to move away from accounting. I think, yes, you can say for the last 5 years, we've accounted for, 95% of external donor funds. But what else have you done that's been impactful? Maybe you could tell us, we have impacted this number of beneficiaries. We have, helped these number of communities. We built this number of boreholes. Because that impact, I'm not sure it comes just from the accounting side. And it could be a demonstration of integrity. Because if I looked at the beginning of this notebook I was given, the principles I'm being told of the Red Cross movement are very broad. Humanity, impartiality, neutrality. These are very, very broad concepts. Not all of them lend themselves to evidence. But I think we all know when we've been treated humanely, and I think we will all recognize when we've been treated inhumanely. Yeah, so I think we know how we want to be treated. I think it would be nice that we treat people the way we would like. And those of us who have very low standards, okay, then let's treat people not the way we will accept if it's a very low standard, but a common standard of decency. Yeah, thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Aisha. Maybe could you please project the questions that Aisha was responding, because this may be relevant for Dr. Idris as well.
This question, I know when Aisha looks at it, we have this joke every time. She comes from doing her sports checks with her teams, and then she says, one of our sub-recipients has reported in one of the programs that we run as sub-recipient, or we have a new potential fraud case. And then the next question goes, we are reporting it now to the donor. So a few weeks ago, we have this discussion about, are you guys being too good in realizing attempted fraud now, or we are having a culture of fraud all of a sudden picking up? Because I get a bit confused. Now, here is the thing with reporting as a whole, especially around integrity questions. The risk that you will always have is documenting, computing cases and incidences of breach of rules and regulations, risk doing exactly the opposite of what we are trying to achieve, make yourself appear competitive to some donors. Because there's a risk that a true assessment of numbers will show that you have a compliance challenge. as my audit committee asked me, is this an indication of better fraud detection, or it is a culture of compliance, a problem with compliance? Now, when it comes to evidence as a whole, collecting it, it can work either way. It can work to your disadvantage, it can work to your advantage. But the issue here is, to what extent do you, from a leadership culture, accept to say, I will still declare with or without it having a negative impact? And I think that's where the point that Aisha was making initially when we started this discussion, sometimes doing the right thing comes with a cost on it as a whole. The other one is around value protection. If you're consistently talking about your values and you're saying, these are the standards, I will not tolerate them. And for every incident that the standard arises, you show how you've not tolerated. I think that is always a plus. At least my experience with having conversations with the donors has been, many of them, they see it as a way for you to be committed to your value proposition. I will ensure that there is full accountability. If there is practice, I will get the wrong people off the bus. I will get the right people on board, and being able to speak openly to them. An example is your donor asking you, where is your head of department? And casually saying, oh, that one was involved in fraud, we fired them yesterday. The point is, some of these practices ought to be a reflection of your commitment and not a compliance issue. And that is perhaps one of the key issues.
Thank you, Dr. Idris. Essie Lazar, would you like to complement something?
Pas exceptionnellement sur ce point, mais je sais qu'il y a d'autres questions qui viennent.
Yes.
Je disais que pas exceptionnellement sur cette question, mais je vois qu'il y a d'autres questions qui suivent. Mais co-panélistes ont déjà donné suffisamment d'informations concernant cet aspect-là. Merci bien.
Thank you. So, yeah, I would suggest that you really have questions to our panelists, because we really want to use this expertise rather than complementing what the expertise are giving us. We really want to use their expertise first. Thank you very much.
Hello? Yes. A question, please. Leading with integrity in a complex world. So this is it's for the leaders, right? So from the panelists, which I'm very impressed with their presentations, please, what will be the critical minimum when determining who should make it to a leadership position? Because it's about deliverable, it's about providing solutions. So how will you be able to spot? Is it somebody who is taller, for example, or somebody who is shorter, or somebody who went to the United States for education, or somebody who... So I just want to know what would be the critical minimum in assessing which one will make a very good leader, because integrity, it's about leadership, yeah? The tone at the top. So I want to know. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai quelques questions parce que depuis ce matin jusqu'à ce moment, avec tous les panélistes qui sont passés, je comprends bien que la culture d'intégrité doit être incarnée par le dirigeant au plus haut niveau d'abord. Ceux-ci doivent être des garants de l'intégrité au sein des organisations. Alors, cela me pousse à poser quelques questions du côté des organisations humanitaires, mais aussi du côté de donateurs ou des bailleurs de fonds. Par rapport aux organisations humanitaires, comment est-ce que nous pouvons promouvoir la culture d'intégrité ou comment peut-on garantir une culture d'intégrité dans les organisations humanitaires où certains dirigeants ne l'incarnent pas, n'ont pas l'incarnation de cette culture malgré l'existence des textes et des politiques éthiques. La deuxième question qui est presque pareille, quels sont les mécanismes qui peuvent être mis en place pour que les principes éthiques qui sont promus, tels que les chartes, le code de conduite, les politiques de fraude, les politiques de lutte contre la fraude et la corruption, soient réellement appliquées à tous les niveaux de leadership? Quelles sont les bonnes pratiques qui peuvent être inspirées pour un changement de culture dans les structures où l'intégrité est promue en théorie, mais pas incarnée en pratique? Alors, par rapport aux donateurs, dans quelle mesure les donateurs peuvent-ils influencer positivement la culture d'intégrité au sein des organisations sans empiéter sur leur autonomie opérationnelle? Parce que de plus en plus, pour des soumissions de projets, nous voyons y mettre comme critère les sociétés nationales ou les organisations à haut risque. La deuxième question pour les donateurs, c'est quels sont les risques pour les donateurs eux-mêmes en termes de réputation ou d'impact lorsqu'ils continuent à financer des structures où l'intégrité n'est pas pleinement incarnée? Merci.
Thank you. So, who would like to take the first questions?
So
Good, thank you.
I was going to address the gentleman's question, how do you identify, I think, a good leader? What we are doing is we are looking beyond the normal interview or recruitment process. So we have started including psychometric testing much earlier in our process. We used to only do this for senior hires. We're now doing it even for junior people because of the fact that my clerk can get me into a lot of trouble. So actually I need everyone to have integrity in my organization. So the thing about psychometric testing, it's not a yes, it's not a clear answer, black or white. It's based on your personality, how you respond to certain situations. So that gives us some clues about what this person is like. We also try and get a senior person to meet as many of us as possible because we are all different and we want to see what different people think about that person. And then obviously there's a trial period. So we have made, one or two mistakes where somebody has looked like a very ideal package, and then when you've actually given them the role, they have, it looks like they are quite different in practice. So I think, there's no such thing as 100%, and I think we are finding that psychometric side quite interesting because that tells you how this person, what type of personality they are, who they probably get on well with, what they don't like, do they, so it can give you a clue, but it is not 100%. So I agree with you. I think it's difficult. And, it's like the elephant. We know an elephant when we see it, but it's very hard to describe. So I know that I've worked for both good and bad leaders, and I have known exactly who is a good leader and a bad leader without. And they've all had good CVs, so I think the CV is not the clue. For the ladies' questions, there were many, but I thought that maybe the one I could attempt to answer is the practical tips about, how do you have these mechanisms. And, I just wanted to share some lessons I've learned from my cases, which is that there's a huge difference between a paper policy and what you're actually doing on the ground. And in the biggest cases I've had, they have involved multinationals, international standards, supposedly. and they've been widely breached. So the fact that you have an international organization or a multinational company does not in itself mean that you will have integrity, which is a different thing. And all of these clients that I've represented have had beautifully worded policies that are, displayed in nice reception areas, and we all have access to them online. So I think we should look beyond the mere policy. It is actually a requirement in Kenya to have certain policies. Definitely for anti-bribery and corruption, it's a legal requirement to have the policy. But if you have a policy that you clearly don't implement, it's very hard to defend you. It's even worse because you've obviously recognized the duty, but you have not applied it. I wanted to mention something I said earlier, which is please make sure that how you are appraising and reviewing staff is appropriately incentivizing them according to your values. So if the only incentive you have is to, I don't know, attract donor funds and make a lot of money or savings, that may not actually match your value, which is apparently transparency, I don't know, raising issues early. How do you incentivize that so that people feel that they are being reviewed for the right value and being incentivized to report? I think Dr. Idris has mentioned, and everyone has the importance of setting examples as leaders. I think in Kenya we have very bad examples myself, and that is one of the challenges we face operating in this country, that often our leaders are the antithesis of the policy that supposedly they are owners of. So we look beyond leaders to have hope in the younger generation. It's important that we don't just adopt a global standard. There's a lot of mentions of, I don't know, global standards, best practices. I poo-poo this because all my clients have global standards. You must contextualize that standard to your own context. Because if you're told you can't take anyone for lunch, and in Kenya, if you don't buy Zambia soda, nothing will happen in Lake Turkana without that soda. I think it's foolish. So why, somebody asked, why do we even have some of these standards? They're not maybe meaningful to impact. So let's give context. And I am a strong believer that there's no one size fits all. What appears to suit Dr. Idris may not fit me in terms of my own risk analysis. And then I think the main problem is we don't spend enough time getting buy-in. And what I say is that we might get buy-in at a senior level where everyone is, fairly comfortable. But to what extent are we spending that time getting buy-in across all levels of our organization, from the very lowest level, who, normally if I enter your organization, the first person I meet is not you. I will interact with somebody like your receptionist. To what extent are those values reflected by the first person I meet? Not the last, most senior, the first person. I suspect we may need to pay more attention to that. And then creating safe spaces for people to raise issues. Usually there's a policy, there is some attempt at compliance, there isn't a safe space. So actually when my clients come to me with an issue, a lot of their focus is identifying the anonymous sender of the email. Who is this person? We suspect it's Aisha. Let us prove it so we can get rid of her. So we're not creating the safe spaces that we say we are fostering. And then finally, my message to all of you is that cheap is expensive. I know that you want to spend your money in a conference, in a nice hotel. Maybe reprioritize. You tell me, I'm an outsider, by the way, I'm not in the movement. You're telling me of all these beautiful values, humanity, my goodness, humanity, we need more of it. I wonder whether your allocation of budget reflects those same priorities, or indeed it reflects a different set of priorities which are financial. I suspect that you, like I, say something and then we put our money somewhere else. So I think this is a challenge, because I think the people who work with me look at what I do, not what I say. And they look at where I spend my money. And if I'm spending my money in a certain way, I think it becomes obvious that my prioritization is according to that budgeting. So if we are under-resourcing internal audit, I'm not saying we are, if we under-resource internal audit, we under-resource compliance. We don't want to invest in some cybercrime detection mechanisms or some software which really is analyzing people's communications at the back end. If we are not funding certain functions, and then you come to me and you say we are humane, I mean, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh with you, hopefully, because it's very humorous, yeah? Because you have put your budget where you really think it makes sense for you. It may not be in humanity.
Thank you, Elsa.
So we are
Dr.
humane.
Idris.
We are humane, very humane. And Aisha is well funded. In fact, I'm thinking of defunding the audit department. Too much resource allocated to them. My brother, first, let me assure you, being tall is not a qualification for leadership. So don't peddle that around. But look, I'll tell you a story by answering this question. When I was much younger and in school, leadership positions in schools, in that particular school, was something that every year people looked forward to, the appointment of people in leadership. And it was taken so seriously that people worked hard for 3 years to prove that they deserved it. And that school gave that process of showing yourself as a good person a name. They called it lifting. And it meant you worked for 3 years to show the teachers and your fellow colleagues that you are a good person. And on the day the appointments were being made, it was very predictable, and you will know who are the candidates for appointment. So in my year, when my name was announced, the whole school laughed because I was not a candidate for it. The practice you should have is every time you appoint someone in position of leadership, people should not laugh. What do I mean by that? That it should be an agreed concept within the institution that, yeah, this person actually really deserves it. The day you start having surprises and people are asking themselves, how did this happen? That is an indication that you have a problem to explain. That's the first thing. It has to be predictable. It has to be earned. The second one is a good question for my boss. He's seated behind you on how I ended up on this role. Maybe you can ask him what he was looking at that point in time. But generally speaking, we need to grow leadership within the movement and within our institutions. The ability to identify the right people very young, using various tools to show you these individuals have potential, and investing in them over a period of time so that the culture that we are trying to inculcate, the right culture. If we say we are a humane organization, we need to build humane people. If we say we are a neutral institution, we have to grow neutral people. Not people that at any given time will take sides with their tribes mates and their religious mates and so on. If we say we are going to be impartial, we need to build leadership over a period of time, inculcate it in young people and grow them to be impartial people. The value sets that are important for our leadership are value sets that are grown. They are not value sets that are written in pieces of paper and put on, on notices. And this is the reason why my discussion with colleagues is, if I tell you to do the right thing, please do. If you see me doing the right thing, that's an extra bonus. If you see me doing the wrong thing, it is not an indication that I accept the wrong thing. It is a request for you to remind me what is the right thing. I think that is the conversation that we need to have. Finally, leadership is not one person. It's not a group of people, few people in an organization. Leadership is the practice that someone who might not be holding a position of authority in the organization is considered the leader. And that's why I think Aisha said there are people who we know from an institutional perspective, they are walking embodiment of the value of that. And celebrating those guys, celebrating them is important. The ability to push them to take positions of open leadership to inspire many young people. My colleague, the SG of
Is it Burkina Faso? Yeah? Madam S? DRC, yes. You've asked many questions, and the answer lies in the 3 days of the conference. What are the kind of practices that we can adopt? What are the kind of systems that we can use? What are the kind of tools that are open and available for you and for others in leadership? I think a number of those questions we hope will be answered in the 3 day in the conference. My simple advice to you is, in your role as a leader, please start identifying the various areas that requires ethical leadership. And they are not just in finance. They are across the organization. They are in hiring practices, in promotion practices, in beneficiary identification, in beneficiary feedback. There are a range of different components of the work that we do that require rethinking what our ethical practices are. Once you identify with your colleagues those various areas, then you define for yourselves, together with your donors, your partners internally, seeking advice, what is the right ethical standard you want to define for those areas? And then from there, develop a plan for how to implement each of those standards. You might have the best financial accountability, the worst hiring practice in the world. You might have the best hiring practice, the worst outcome in terms of impact to your beneficiaries. So these are not either or questions. They are not, this area is more important than the other. The last point, just generally sharing, and or maybe there is a last point option. Is there more questions?
There is one online questions. I think that would be the last one. And while we prepare for this online question, I would also like to tell the audience here in person as well as online that we have a community of practice strengthening integrity, where you can put all your questions related to the different topics that we have discussed today and will be discussing the next 2 days. And Balbury will be having one session tomorrow morning before the session begins at 8:30 Kenya time. So if you're interested, you could join these conversations tomorrow morning. So the question...
Sorry, there is a request. Aisha has to leave for a call. So maybe we give her an opportunity to make the final comment, and then we can excuse Aisha.
Okay.
You'll all be happy to hear I made my final comment. I snuck it in case I wasn't given a chance. Cheap is expensive. If you don't know what it means, please look me up and we'll talk.
Thank you. So I think it will be a quick one. So it's about, if you receive a compensation that does not cover your cost, how you're supposed to be more impactful.
Declare the value.
We did declare the contents of the bag. The value I don't have, perhaps Monaheri has, but it's probably negligible, right? Thank you. And it's compliant to our gift policy. Thank you. So I'll ask upon Juliana to just hand over the gift to Aisha before she disappears. Juliana is part of the Africa Governing Group.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for your contribution. So, Dr. Idris, I think you will give your input.
Look, this question has an ugly cousin. The ugly cousin of this question is the justification that people who are not paid well are more inclined to engage in fraud and corruption. you remember that thinking as a whole, that people, because they're underpaid, then they're likely to supplement their sources of income by engaging in fraud. First and foremost, let's agree that's not a justification that we ought to find acceptable. The thing is that if you feel you're not paid well enough, go look for where you can be paid well enough instead of, let's agree from a basic practice. But the second one, this is a real problem and dilemma for many institutions. And my advice is, if it reaches a point in time where this happens to you, that your employees are giving you feedback continuously to say the DSA or per diem, whatever you call it in the various institutions, cannot handle the cost of the actual places where I need to stay, this is an indication that perhaps your policy for cost reimbursement ought to be reconsidered, not necessarily that that you have to find a solution by increasing the DSA levels. I think, look, this is a conversation that practically people in leadership have to have a discussion to ensure that the safety and well-being of your staff is maintained, so that they don't have to go looking whenever they travel at staying in the wrong places because those are the places that they can afford. That's one. It is an ethical obligation that you have for the safety and well-being of your staff. But what I'm not agreeing to is that the solution is so simple to say, let's increase the DSA rates. But I want to answer a question that I wasn't asked. Is underpaying people an ethical question itself? And that is where you have a problem. Having a fair compensation mechanism is a standard of integrity in on itself, as an outcome. A fair pay question, where for equal work done, people are remunerated at the same level. Second, for people who are doing more than others, they ought to be paid for the amount of work that they're doing. And that's why I said in the answering the question to the SGDRC, you have to define various ethical questions in the many components of the organization. And some are standards you expect from your employees, others are standards expected from the employer. For example, equal compensation for equal work done, that is an ethical standard from the employer. Ethical standards from employers includes protection of the employees, ensuring that you don't put your employees at risks as they discharge their. So the thing around DSA is one component, but there are a range of others around hiring practices, around terms and benefits of employment, which also boils down to the question of doing the right thing.
Thank you very much. So SC Lazar, would you like to say something, your final word?
Oui. Merci pour cette discussion assez intéressante. Je voudrais juste aussi donner mon point de vue par rapport à cette dernière question que Idriss venait donc de répondre. Je pense que au niveau de toute organisation, l'objectivité doit être au centre donc de sa démarche. Et chaque organisation doit travailler à faire en sorte que les employés, les acteurs ne soient pas plongés dans des dilemmes du genre ne pas avoir suffisamment ce qu'il faut pour se loger lors d'une mission. Et je pense qu'il ne faut pas créer justement tout ce qui peut être un conflit au niveau même de l'éthique de chaque agent. C'est pour cette raison, il est tout à fait indiqué que l'organisation elle-même puisse se remettre tout le temps en cause, s'interroger sur l'évolution de son contexte, s'interroger sur les prix qui sont pratiqués dans le pays et faire en sorte de réajuster ses politiques, de réajuster en tout cas ces outils, notamment les grilles de mission, les grilles de salaire, pour faire en sorte que les employés ne soient pas tentés d'une manière ou d'une autre. Je pense que l'intégrité de façon générale aussi commande qu'on ne mette pas les gens face à des situations de moralité, mais en leur donnant la possibilité d'agir entre plusieurs choix. Maintenant, je pense que toute bonne organisation se doit quand même d'avoir des intervalles de prix. Maintenant, si c'est l'agent lui-même qui, d'une manière ou d'une autre, cherche à loger à des endroits qui soient plus coûteux que d'autres endroits, là se pose véritablement un problème qui est vraiment intrinsèque à l'employé. Et c'est à ce moment que je rejoins Idriss pour dire qu'on ne doit pas faire un choix de voler plutôt que d'appliquer quelque chose qui est faisable dans son contexte. Donc ça, c'est un aspect que je voulais aborder. Je pense qu'il y a aussi une question qui avait été posée qui parlait un peu de la pression. Nous sommes une organisation par essence qui travaille sous pression. Et comment faire en sorte que dans la pression, nous puissions respecter les procédures? C'est une question qui avait été évoquée, je ne pense pas, parce qu'à un moment donné, j'avais un problème d'écoute, ce qui fait que je ne sais pas si la réponse a été donnée ou pas. Dans le cas du Burkina, je pense que tout est lié à la prévention, à la préparation donc de l'organisation, en termes donc de déjà réaliser le maximum de procédures avant que les crises ne surviennent. Pour le cas du Burkina, nous avons ce que nous avons appelé des procédures accélérées. Nous avons également des procédures du genre en signant des contrats à ordre de commande, de sorte que les prestataires sont déjà identifiés et dès lors qu'il y a une situation d'urgence qui se présente, eh bien, ils ne font que livrer le matériel pour nous permettre donc d'agir. En ce moment, les procédures ont été en amont travaillées et cela évite les conflits entre les opérationnels et ceux qui sont les gardiens donc des procédures. Sinon, il faut dire que dans toute organisation humanitaire sous pression, il y a toujours ce conflit-là qui existe entre les opérationnels et les finances et ceux qui sont les gardiens donc des procédures. Mais il faut trouver en amont des solutions pour éviter qu'à chaque fois on soit confronté à de telles situations. Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Lazar. So with this, we have come to the end of this second plenary session of today. So big applause to our panelists, Dr. Idriss, S.C. Lazar, and Aisha, who has just left. And thank you to all in-person participants, as well as our virtual participants who have stayed up late. I've seen colleagues from Asia Pacific, Australia joining this conference. So it's a very pleasure to have all those online in-person participants joining here. And thanks to Aisha from Kenya Red Cross for this event, because I remember discussing this event early this year when we were having a collaboration discussions, and I would like to thank my team, bringing this issue and making this really a reality and having this conference here, and I found this very enriching and very impactful. Thank you very much, Kenya Red Cross, taking this list as part of the 60th anniversary, and I'm very happy to be part of this team and be able to moderate this afternoon session. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to give you a short brief what will happen tomorrow, since Aisha is not here. So as I said, we will be starting at 8:30 for those who would be keen to learn about the knowledge management community practice and strengthening integrity, where Valkyrie will be providing some information to this community practice, where you are allowed, interested, whoever they are, to put some of the questions that you have been not able to raise today. So you're very much welcome. Then after, the regular program starts at 9 o'clock. The tomorrow sessions will start with the topic strengthening integrity through global audit excellence, upholding standards, empowering trust. And the panelists are Penina Musha, Senior Manager from the KPMG, Pauline Dihas, Deputy Head of Internal Audit from ICRC, and Aisha Mazwi, Head of Internal Audit from Kenyan Red Cross. So this will be the one that will start, followed by some discussions and questions and answer, and then late in the afternoon, then we have a safe and accountable practices in caste-based programming, led by panelist William Amole, Senior Disaster Manager, World Vision, Anthony Kerori, founder and CEO of Risk Audit and Forensic Advisory from Stilt Advisory Africa, and Suzanne Muhaki, Deputy Secretary General of the Kenyan Red Cross. So with this, the program today comes to an end. Thank you very much for your active participations, and we wish you a restful evening. Thank you very much, and have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.